bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. On the colors of a rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also all the faces of people walking by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, and I watch them grow. They learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Come on, take it away. The colors of a rainbow, it's so pretty in the skies, are also on the faces of people walking by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, and I watch them grow. They learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Then the rainstorm came over me, and I felt my spirit break. I have lost all of my belief, you see. And realized my mistakes, but time threw a prayer to me, and all around me became still. I need love, love divine, please me, now I see that I've been blind. Give me love. Love is what I need to help me know my name. Through the rainstorm came sanctuary. And I felt my spirit fly. I have found all of my reality. And realize what it takes. Yeah, I need love, love divine. Please believe me, now I see that I've been blind. Give me love, love is what I need to help me know my name. Yeah, and oh, don't break, yeah, don't break. Show me what I need, I promise me you won't forsake. 'Cause love can help me know my name. Yeah. Though I try to say there's nothing wrong, but inside I felt me lying all alone. But the message he was planned to see. Believe me. Give me love, love divine. Please believe me, now I see that I've been blind. Give me love, love is what I need to help me know my name. Yeah, and oh, don't break, don't break. Show me what I need and promise me you won't forsake. 'Cause love can help me know my name. Lord, can help me know my name. Give me love. Love is what I need to help me know my name. I've been alone with you inside my mind, and in my dreams I've kissed your lips 1,000 times. I sometimes see you pass outside my door. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes, I can see it in your smile. You're all I've ever wanted, and my arms are open wide. 'Cause you know just what to say, and you know just what to do. And I want to tell you so much I love you. I long to see the sunlight in your hair. I'll tell you time and time again how much I care. Sometimes I feel my heart will overflow. Hello, it's me you're looking for. 'Cause I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely, or it's someone loving you? Tell me how to win your heart, for I haven't got a clue. But let me start by saying I love you. I love you. Is it me you're looking for? 'Cause I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely, or it's someone loving you? Tell me how to win your heart, for I haven't got a clue. But let me start by saying I love you. I love you. I love you. Looking out past the nighttime, city wings of sleepless eyes, looking out past the nighttime. I'm thinking on the street, get me out past the nighttime. Four walls won't hold me tonight. If this town is just an apple, then let me take a bite. They say why didn't that say human nature? Why does it do me that way? They say why didn't that is human nature? Why does it do me that way? such a stranger. Electric cars are everywhere. See that girl, she knows I'm watching. She likes the way they say why didn't that is human nature? Why does it do me that way? If they say why didn't that is human nature? Why does it do me that way? And now you got me feeling this way. And now you got me doing this way. Looking out across the morning, city hearse begins to beat. Reaching out, I touch her shoulder, dreaming of the street. They say why damn it, that is human nature. Why does it do me that way? If they say why yes, why does it do me that way? Oh, doing this way. Said you never found another love more precious than you, more precious than you. And I will never find another love more sweeter than you, just sweeter than you. Girl, you are close to me, you're like my mom. Close to me, you're like my brother. Close to me, you're like my sister. Close to me, you're like my mother. You are the only one, you're my everything. And for you, the song I sing all my life. I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. And all my life, I pray for someone like you. And I hope that you do love me too. Yes, I hope that you do love me too. Baby, yeah. You said you never fall in love with a stranger. You're all I'm thinking of. I cherish every hug for sending me a hug. I cherish every hug. I really love you. And all my life I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. And all my life I pray for someone like you. And I hope that you feel the same way too. Yes, I pray that you do love me. You're all that I ever know. When you smile, I think all I see is a glow. You take my life alone. You pick me up when I was down. You're all that I ever know. When your smile first go, you picked me up when I was down. Yeah, you're all that I ever know. When your smile first go, you picked me up when I was down. And I hope that you feel the same way too. Yes, I pray that you do love me too. Oh, yeah. And all my life I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I got you. And all my life I pray for someone like you. And I hope that you feel the same way too. Yes, I pray that you do love me too. Thank you. When a man loves a woman, it's worth nothing else. Whoa. When this man loves a woman, and I'll give you everything I have. Try to hold on to your precious love. Crying, baby, please don't treat me bad. Oh, when a man loves a woman, spend his very last to die, trying to hold on to what he needs. And if she is bad, he can see it. Street but in red. If that's the way it ought to be. When a man loves, when a man loves a woman, when a man loves a woman, when a man belongs a woman. When a man loves a woman. We belong together. Girl, you know that I'm right. Why do you play with my heart? Why do you play with my mind? Baby, I'll give you. Said I never die. Why do you love me and leave me and never say goodbye? When I can't sleep at night without holding you tight. Girl, each time I try, I just break down and cry. Beating my head, oh, I'd rather be dead. Thinking around in a row. Although we've come to the end of the road, till I can't let go. It's unnatural. You belong to me, I belong to you. Gone to the end of the road, till I can't let go. It's unnatural. You belong to me, I belong to you. Girl, I know you really love me, you just don't realize. Why do you love me and leave me and never the first time? Maybe I'll forgive you, babe. Maybe you try. You never been there before. It's only your first time. And you love me again like you loved me before. This time I want you to love me much more. This time instead, just come to my bed. Maybe just don't let me down. Though we've come to the end of the road, still I can't let go. It's unnatural. You belong to me, I belong to you. Come to the end of the road, still I can't let go. It's unnatural. You belong to me, I belong to you. Maybe I forgive you. Maybe you try. You never been there before. It's only your first time. Yeah. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Still I can't let go. It's unnatural. You belong to me, I belong to you. Come to the end of the road. Still I can't let go. It's unnatural. You belong to me, I belong to you.
Amazing. Please, a big round of applause for Millie Band.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We welcome everybody to the JASIRI Talent Investor Final Demo Day. But before we get started, I'd like to invite you to do a quick trip down memory lane. Léonce, my co-MC, please do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Simba Fellows. Thank you very much. We are right on time. Welcome, everybody. This is the JASIRI final demo day. We are really here to celebrate an incredible journey the Simba Fellows have been on. Today is about possibilities. It's about the chance to witness the birth of an African unicorn, possibly. Are we together? We. Yes. So, Simba Fellows, today is your day. We are celebrating you. We're celebrating your journey into entrepreneurship, into building amazing solutions. And of course, like every final demo day here at JASIRI, our own, very own Shark Tank event, we'll have judges, we'll have investors in the room. If we have investors in the room, please prepare your checks because things are going to get very interesting. They're going to get very exciting. These are real solutions. These are not, these are not just dreams in the air. We're really having real demonstrations of what's possible out there when you're given the right time and the right resources to start something incredible. All right. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage our very own East African Regional Director, Aline Kawanda, to welcome the guests tonight. Aline.
Thank you so much. For those of you who wondered why the Lion King, and which QSA described as down the memory line, this cohort is called Simba. And so this was a tribute to them and the name that they chose for their cohort. So dear guests, partners, friends, I know some of you are joining us virtually. JASIRI Fellows. Our JASIRI entrepreneurs from the second cohort. So welcome. Welcome to this demo day, which marks the end of the residential intensive for this third cohort of the Talent Investor. So we're very pleased to have you with us. And I know there are many other guests joining us shortly. So every year, we select about 100 entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs, into two cohorts of about 50 fellows each. And initially, we selected them from Kenya and Rwanda. And then we were delighted to welcome JASIRI fellows from Ethiopia in this third cohort and for the very first time. So once selected, the fellows were guided in the process, in the pursuit of their entrepreneurial aspirations. They were encouraged to push the boundaries in their thinking of the problems that they wanted to solve in their industry of choice. They were encouraged to test and validate their assumptions. They were encouraged to gather insights, feedback from customers, potential customers. And in this whole process, they were guided by our JASIRI program team. Now, today, 17 teams will present to you the problems that they would like to solve, their proposed solutions. They will present to you their target market, their initial MVPs, and they will introduce to you their co-founding teams. And so the end of this pitch session will culminate into the selection of teams that will progress to the next phase of the Talent Investor, which is the venture creation phase, which takes about 9 months. And during this phase, fellows will actualize their ideas. They will formalize their businesses either in Kenya, in Rwanda, or in Ethiopia. And they will start to offer their product and services in the market that they wish to serve. But I think, so this is just gives you a glimpse of the industries that they have chosen as part of this cohort, from agriculture down to health tech. So I think it's important that we acknowledge and that we recognize the efforts of these fellows as they're presenting these ideas that were developed in just 3 months of this Talent Investor Program as part of the residential intensive. So JASIRI fellows, Simba fellows, well done, well done to all of you for being here today, ready to present, pitch your opportunity cases. And as you progress through your venture, the journey ahead is going to be filled with a lot of things, a lot of highs, some lows. It will be filled with successes. It will also be filled with learnings. I like to call it learnings as opposed to failures. But I think, as on day one we talked about purpose, I think your why or your true conviction in what you're going for, in what you're pursuing, is what will keep driving you in your quest to achieve impact and in your drive to improve the lives of our people. And as for us, as JASIRI, we will be rooting for you, and we look forward to seeing you take your ventures and your ideas forwards. Now, in closing, I think for me today is more than just demo day. For me, it's also a celebration of partnerships. Because truly, our work wouldn't be possible without the many partners that we have. From the partners who are recommending candidates to us, to those who are joining our journey of selecting our fellows, to the coaches, to the mentors, to all of you judges today, to all of the judges in past demo days. And so it does indeed take a village to raise and support an entrepreneur. So without further ado, I'm sure you are as excited as I am to hear our fellow speech. So thank you all so much for joining us, and enjoy the demo day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aline. Can I feel some energy in the room? A bigger applause for Aline, please. Thank you, thank you. All right. So thank you very much, Aline, for your words. It's a night of celebration, celebrating the fellows, the Simba fellows tonight. So today is really going to be looking at the potential that's out there, the solutions that are possible, solving different problems, different industries. So it's going to be very exciting. To guide us today through the entire journey of the pitches, we're going to have our judges that I would like to introduce at the moment. So, our first judge, she leads the Ethiopian FinTech Association, and she's been a policy design professional with over 25 years experience in fields of technology, health, public sector reform, and also project management. And she's also very, very actively involved in promoting tech and women empowerment in the IT sector, serving on multiple boards in initiatives like Women in Tech Ethiopia, which houses the Girls Can Code initiative. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hohete Beran Arefaine. Right, our second judge, she's the lead of tourism and hospitality at the MasterCard Foundation. She's been leading many organizations in tourism and hospitality for more than 20 years, both in Africa and Europe. She's also very avid tourism planning and strategy, business competitiveness, and she's really good at reinforcing human capacity and policy development in tourism for Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Carmen Niwigira. Also coming back as a judge for the final demo day, so thank you very much again, Dr. Carmen, for being with us. All right, our third judge today, he's the head of search and pipeline at E-Squared. This is a sister organization in the Alan and Jill Gray philanthropy. and E Squared is really focused on investment, on early stage investment. So he's a master at curating events and programs promoting responsible, very high impact entrepreneurship. So he's really seen a lot of startups coming through his programs. So he also brings 17 years of banking experience, still focused on enterprise and entrepreneur development. Please welcome Sipo Pilime. Right. Our fourth judge today, he's the co-founder of Stealth in Kenya, and he's at Jobs to be an evangelist. In fact, he's been a coach in our programs, in JASIRI programs, and has been a coach in many other entrepreneurship programs around East Africa and also West Africa. He's an entrepreneur, business strategist, product management expert with a background in telecom and e-commerce. And he has extensive experience in Anglophone and Francophone countries. And please welcome our dear Ben Maina. Right, so a little bit of housekeeping. So today we're going to see pitches from 17 teams. So the format of the pitch is a 5-minute pitch where the solution, the problem, and everything in between will be covered. And after the 5-minute pitch, we'll have 1 minute for judges to really be ready for questions. And then we'll have 3 minutes for the judges to ask questions to the team here on board. And then afterwards, we'll have 1 minute for the transition to the next team. And I'll have my Rwanda events team helping me out. Leonce will be ready with the music because, you know, after lunch, we need a little bit of energy. In fact, let's start with a little bit of energy. Leonce, if you can put a bit of music, and I will ask everybody to stand up, you know, to kind of shake off the lunch heaviness. If you can all stand up, 1 little second, and we can get a bit of music going. DJ? All right. Okay. So wherever you're standing, I want you to start moving, to start shaking your body a little bit. Okay, I need to be up here. This is my favorite icebreaker. Everybody knows what is about to happen. All right. So we're going to move different parts and dance with different parts of our body. And the way we're going to do it, we're going to spell our shortest name with different parts of our body. Are we ready? Our shortest name. I'm being very kind. All right, let's go. With our left arm, let's go. All right, let's go with the right. Spell your shortest name. All right. Now, let's grab our hips. Now we're going to spell our shortest name with our head. Please don't get any injuries, all right? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, one last one. You all have signatures. Remember, you brought your checks here to make investments. So, remember your signature? You're going to sign with your hips. Are we ready? Let's go. All right, thank you very much. I love that it always works. Great, a lot of energy in the room. Great. So, I hope the first team is ready. We are going to go straight into the teams. DJ, remember to put a bit of a jingle to give them that energy. Okay, so going first today, please welcome Team Asili Greens.
Good afternoon. Did you know at what point, who's starting us? 1, 2, 3. You just start, okay. Did you know that with every bite of your food, you could be consuming toxic chemicals? In fact, half of you probably did so during your lunch meal. This is a sad reality in Kenya after a research was done by the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate that showed that out of a sample of 1,139 vegetables, about 47% had pesticide residues. And worse still, 11% exceeded the EU maximum level of pesticide residue. These pesticide residues were found in the most common household vegetables, with kales having 95% content, capsicum 76%, and peas 59%. Pesticides have active ingredients that can cause cancer, mutations, and affect the development of a fetus in pregnancy. How did we get here? In Kenya, over the past 10 years, the population has been growing steadily at 2% per annum, but the agricultural area has been decreasing due to climate change as well as conversion of agricultural land to commercial purposes. This has led to more farmers using chemical inputs to increase their yield. Unfortunately, these chemical inputs lead to soil degradation, which will further decrease the yield long term. As we speak, 99% of the population, 99% of the farmland is under inorganic farming. The market for vegetables in Kenya is a 5.2 billion industry. And with Nairobi being our target market with 10% of the population, it is a 520 million industry. We aspire to have a 1% market share worth $5.2 million.
As Asili Greens, we are on a mission to create a safer world where consumers like you and I can have peace of mind while we take our daily fruits and vegetables. We plan to help inorganic farmers transition to organic farming by supporting them across the value chain, from providing them with access to organic inputs to providing them access to market. As a result of transitioning them, we'll be able to produce safer produce which will link to businesses in Nairobi. The Asili Greens process focuses on production and market in tandem. On the production side, we'll engage the first 24 farmers to cultivate 24 short maturity vegetables in a quarter-an-acre piece of land every month. On the market side, we'll be leveraging on the certified organic produce and linking it to businesses through the Asili Greens e-commerce platform. So far, we've been able to engage 84 farmers, 49 of them have expressed interest in transitioning to organic farming, and we'll be able to supply them with organic fertilizer through our partners, Safi Organics. We've been successful in acquiring 3 clients in Nairobi who will be able to provide them with certified organic produce through our partners, Kenya Organic Agriculture Networks. We've been also successful in fulfilling 4 consistent orders to Kakila Produce, our first client, which has brought our total sales to $72, and we've provided them 120 kgs of 4 different types of vegetables and 2 different types of fruits.
Looking at our financials, we anticipate to break even in September as we would have onboarded more businesses. Hence, our unit costs will reduce due to economies of scale. In November, there'll be a spike in the gross income as we'll be harvesting produce from our transition farmers. This will allow us to supply more volumes of this safe produce at higher profit margins. In the last 4 months, there'll be a consistency in the gross income. This is because equal quantities that would have been planted from July to October will be harvested in November to February respectively. Our team consists of Phyllis Maina, who is a pharmacist with 7 years of experience as a farmer. Therefore, she'll be handling the production in the transition farms. Laureen Bula, who has a background in marketing, she'll be working on onboarding more businesses. And myself, Purity Obanda, a mechanical engineer with experience in operations, I'll be handling the day-to-day operations of the business.
Here is an opportunity to invest in food that is safe and healthy for our families by investing $10,000 that will be used to develop systems that will help in managing the farm, the businesses, as well as an e-commerce platform, a revolving fund for the inputs and for the operational costs. Join us as we ensure that the food that we consume does not destroy our body, but nourishes it. Thank you.
Asili Greens, welcoming the judges' questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is just for clarification. Your problem statement talks about the pesticide, and then the solution talks about organic, right? From your research on the ground, how many consumers are aware that the produce that they're buying is contaminated? And of those who are aware, what are they doing about it?
Thank you for that question. During month 2, that was one of the questions that we sought to answer, and we were able to talk to 74 consumers, and up to 60% were aware about the difference between organic and inorganic, and will have preferred organic, but are not able to know where to buy and how to certify or to have the credibility that it's organic. So there is market, it's just that there is no current person who's doing it to drive this market boom and also availing the organic produce.
Hi team. Thank you for your presentation. I just also want to come at the back end of the last question. In your engagement, you talked about engaging, I think, about 84 farmers in that. What have you seen as the key determinants, determinants to that decision, to that buy decision? Because I think you said you converted 3, if I heard correctly. But however many you converted, what were the things that you've noticed as these are the key things that actually make that decision, help make that decision?
Okay, on the consumer side, the ones who are aware, they're aware that the inorganic produce usually has the remnants of the chemical inputs that, as she has explained, have those negative effects on our endocrine system and also have the potential to cause carcinogenic diseases. When we were doing the research, that's what we found out. And also on the farmer side, most of them were, when we talked to them, they actually expressed that they had been feeling the negative effects after the application of the pesticides. So that actually also motivated them to want to transition from inorganic farming. Yeah.
Just to add to that, I am one of the inorganic farmers who is hoping to be transitioned. And the reason why I used inorganic is because of how market-driven these products are. So you find that a company that offers pesticides and everything are even giving agronomy support to the ground. So you get to be influenced and you tend to gravitate to where you get support. That is why we want to go back downstream to be able to support them through the value chain so that we can encourage more people. Because most farmers have not learned agriculture. It's something either they take up as a passion or a family business or something like that. So being able to have someone who can be able to guide you through the process, then we hope that more people will gravitate to organic farming as well.
Hi. Congratulations. It's always difficult being the first one up on stage, and you guys did a great job. My question is just as a follow-up to that. You said 49 out of the 84 had expressed an interest. So can you walk us through sort of, after expressing an interest, what it would take to sort of move them up through the value? Thank you.
Okay, so out of the 84 farmers we talked to, the 49 expressed their interest. And like we expressed in our process, in the first month of July, we'll be engaging 24 of them to cultivate 24. Each farmer will cultivate 1 vegetable, short maturity vegetable that takes up to 120 days. They'll be able to do like a quarter an acre each between July and October. So then it moves gradually from there, from a quarter an acre, another quarter an acre every month. Then once we do our harvest, they'll move up to half an acre moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was the final question. Please, a big round of applause for Asili Greens. Right. As they go off the stage, I'd like to welcome another team on stage. Please welcome Tier 1.
Good afternoon. In about 15 years, my mother will be retiring. I worry that by the time she retires, the money she'll be receiving as a pension won't be enough to take care of her daily needs. She could need health services, she could need other different things, food and whatever. I fear that that won't be enough. We all have a common aspiration. We would like to make sure that we can secure our future and our financial future. Now, for a lot of us, we try saving and put money in our bank account. About 36 billion is stored in bank deposits in Kenya currently. Now, that 36 billion is making about 6% return on investment. So, over the last 10 years, the inflation rate has been at 9%. What that means is that if you're storing your money, if you're keeping your money, and if you're trying to save, you're losing money to inflation. Now, on the other side, we have higher income earners who are able to have fund managers. How are they able to? For them, they're able to grow their wealth by about 12%. What's the difference? They have fund managers. The problem that we realized is that not everyone has access to them. That's what we're trying to solve.
Ladies and gentlemen, building wealth should not be something that only rich people or people with certain levels of income do or can do. As you all can relate, can see from the story of Jim's mom, is a story that is relatable by many people across the continent. Millions of people are excluded from wealth building products, especially those that are available through the capital markets. It is from that context we asked ourselves a question: how can we use technology to ensure that the products that are available through the capital markets to build wealth can be availed to as many people as possible? And that's how Fikia was born. Fikia is a SaaS platform that seeks to empower fund managers who typically or traditionally serve the top 1% of the continent to build wealth. So we want to enable everybody to use the same tools and techniques that the top 1% use to grow their wealth and also grow their wealth. If I can take you through an example of how mutual funds is an example of a collective investment scheme. A collective investment scheme is where people come together, pool their resources, hand them to a fund manager who then manages that money by investing typically in government securities and other areas to grow the money and return to the investors. This is typically about 12%. If I can take you quickly through our platform, this is our platform. We seek to use it to help fund managers to access as many people as possible. From our forecasts, we estimate to make 0.035% per every fund we support these fund managers to build and deploy to the end user who is typically underserved.
We currently have 3 fund managers who have agreed to pilot with us. 2 of them are in Rwanda, another one is in Kenya. They service about 1,000 clients, and we already have up to 100 retail investors who are typically normal people like yourselves to onboard onto our platform. My name is Jim Nare, and I have 4+ years experience in the financial services space as a software engineer.
I am Kevin, an entrepreneur and a previous fintech founder.
Yeah, we're asking for $10,000. That's half of it will go through the development of what we're currently building on and what we're piloting on, and the other half will go through operational costs and marketing. I want to enable my mother, I want to enable myself to secure my future by not just being able to invest in pension, but also taking charge of my financial future. Thank you very much.
Well done, Team Tier 1. Welcoming questions from the judges.
Yeah. So I'll give you an example. It's usually the industry standard. It's mainly with fintech spaces. It's usually in volumes. You charge per volume. What we realized is that the technologies that are currently there, they're not cloud-based. Number one, they're not able to be accessed anywhere in the world. So it's usually come and set up installed. So we wanted to charge well below the rate that anyone is using. And the other thing, it's very flexible. That means that we are charging per fund. An example of one of the funds, for the 3 funds, they are combined about 30 million in net asset value of what they're currently managing. So charging them 0.035% per year seems it's a pinch in the water, but for us it makes a big difference, and we enable them to provide their services to a population that they wouldn't have easily done.
Sorry, I just want to ask 2 sides to this question here. The one is, in looking at that lack of access that you're trying to solve for, what do you think are going to be the challenges or the incentives for switching from what they're currently doing to the way that you're proposing? And I just want to hear a little bit about the competitive space that you're operating in.
So what they're currently doing, we're not trying to change what they're currently doing. We're just trying to enhance what they're currently doing. People save money. People they save within their groups. They have different other schemes of saving. Now, one of the things that we looked at was group saving within groups and mutual funds. A lot of times they put money in a bank account. It's a very manual process. You have to take that money to a bank account. There's no technology platform that enables them to immediately get access to some of these mutual funds that are readily available. And on the side of the fund managers, we discovered that they only target a certain threshold of income earners. So that was a problem in a sense that they don't have access to technology that would enable them to service them, but they don't mind servicing them. It's just that they would rather service higher income earners because it's much easier and they're much less to manage.
If I can add something, the various investment products like government securities are there, but somehow they are not as consumed as massively as possible by many people as possible, and in the end only benefit a small number of people. So how can we come in through technology and democratize the access to such tools and as many possible avenues for investment, which will guarantee more people better returns than saving and other things.
Okay, maybe one final question. I think we're good. Thank you very much, Team Tier 1. Round of applause. And coming up next, we have Team Nura.
Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you I'm not the problem. But let me tell you what the real problem is. When I went to university, I was given a promise that all I had to do was focus on my school, and after 4 years, there'd be a job waiting for me on the other side. They lied. 4 years later, I finished school and went to apply for jobs, but all the entry-level positions told me I didn't have the skills required, yet I did well in school. Now, this frustration that I felt is not unique to me alone. Every year in Kenya, 560,000 young people enter the job market. Of these young people, 64% of them lack the basic entry-level requirements that employers are looking for. This problem is not only a problem that affects young people, it also affects business owners, majority of which who are small and medium enterprises, who absorb up to 80% of these young people and are left with the burden of having to upskill them, yet they themselves have limited funds and limited time. But how many SMEs could there possibly be? In Africa, we have 44 million SMEs in Africa. In Kenya, 7 million. And as Nura, we'll be focusing on the 1.5 formally registered businesses, SMEs in Kenya. With a problem this big on our hands, we had to ask ourselves, how did things get this bad? And what we found out was that the education system is outdated, and it's also very disconnected from what the current job market requires. But here's where Nura comes in. The word Nura means bridge. And how we're bridging this skills gap is we're curating projects, real-world projects, alongside employers and our education partners. We're hosting them on our platform and allowing young people to be able to engage with them, do the projects, and build their skills all the way from beginner to expert, all by engaging with the projects. At the end of it all, our project allows them to have a portfolio where they can showcase their experience and the skills they've been able to acquire through our platform. We monetize. Our solution can also be used by employers who are seeking to upskill their already existing recruits. And if anything, it shortens down the time that it takes for an employee to add value to their company, down from the standard 12 months for entry-level talent, all the way to 3 months by using the Nura solution. We're able to monetize our solution by targeting young people and graduates and students and only charging them $7 a month. And for the SMEs who want to upskill their employees using our solution, we only charge them $160 a month per person that they're using to train on our platform. In the last 1 month, we've been able to do a lot. We've secured a partnership with the world's #1 coding bootcamp, that's Le Wagon, based in Paris, and they'll be coming in as an education partner to make sure that our content is top-notch and up-to-date. We also have secured a client who we are piloting with to upskill their current employees, and we have already done 2 sessions with students attending from 5 different countries. We also have a partnership with Ideas in Motion and All Women, which will allow us to make sure we're intentional about getting more women upskilled in the tech and digital skills industry. Our Q1 and Q2 will be focused on building our platform and curating our content. In Q3, we break even. In Q4, we start making money. And in year 2 and year 3, we're able to scale up our operations and double down on creating more revenue and having more impact. The dream team that's going to actualize this is led by myself, Maureen Mutuku, who's a computer scientist and also experienced entrepreneur, and my co-founder, Jonas Fisera, who has experience being a mechanical engineer and addressing the skills gap issue in Ethiopia, and he looks forward to being able to do it in Kenya as well. Today, we ask $10,000 from you to be able to actualize our solution and achieve our milestones. But beyond that, we ask you to join us so that we make the journey for the 560,000 young people entering the job market every single year in Kenya less problematic and have less lies and make sure that they don't have to go through the same frustrations I did. Asante sana. Thank you.
Well done, Team Nura. Judges, over to you.
Thank you. Very good presentation. So I see you are bringing a third party who's bringing the content and developing the courses. Can you elaborate more on that?
Right. So we acknowledge that instead of having to say that we're the best in the game without having done years of experience in the game, we're leveraging on their experience to be able to co-create the projects. How we're different is we're not coming and giving you theoretical classes and then making you do one project at the end of it all. You're doing projects from the first day you interact with our platform. Some are beginner projects, and as you continue, they get more complex. So that at the end of it, you're able to have actionable skills and relevant skills. From the first day you learn in an office, you can regurgitate, like you can do work, not just regurgitate theoretical concepts. So Lewagon and All Women are already doing this. They are doing courses and they're very good at it. And we're coming together to co-create our projects with them and the employers who we're hoping to serve. Yeah. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
So mine is about your revenue. So you're proposing to charge someone without a job $7 a month. Yeah. Are they going to pay for it? And then how many months do you think it's going to take for them to upskill? And then the same question from the SME perspective. How many SMEs of the ones that you're talking about can afford 160 per employee? And again, how many months?
Right, thank you. I'll start by addressing it from the SME perspective. For the SME package, we're able to curate the content that their employees interact with, i.e. we don't give them all the projects. Based on what you're looking for your employees to have, we create like a kind of curriculum based on the projects we have for your specific employees. In 3 months, they'll be able to have the right job-ready skills for the employer. For the graduates, $7 a month is something we felt was feasible, and based on our research, it's feasible because from our research, up to 74.5% of the young people we interacted with are already looking for content outside of the traditional education system. They're already paying for stuff, just not the expensive things. They can't afford $1,000, but they can afford $7. So for the next 3 to 6 months, they interact with us because they're doing touch and go of different projects. They're able to have enough skills to be able to move forward. Yeah.
Hi. Well,
Hi.
we're still on this slide. I actually wanted to ask you about the SMEs. How many SMEs have you interacted with that are willing to pay that $160 a month subscription fee?
We interviewed 57 employers with, so far, okay, we have a waiting list of 5 who've already committed to pay. The thing is, we don't have the internal capacity to be able to serve them at the same time, so we're serving the first one for the first 3 months. However, from the same group of the 57 we interviewed, more were ready to pay. It's just that the first 5 were like, pick me as the first person. So the reason they were willing to pay the $160 is because when we're able to save them the time it takes for an employee to add value, they would have been paying this person as salary regardless for 12 months without any returns for them. If they're able to pay that for only 3 months, they're able to save money in the long run from the value that the employee is able to generate for them. So it's not that they're taking money out of nowhere, they're taking the money they would have been using to pay them for the rest of the month. Yeah.
All right.
I want to ask, if there was any reason that your co-founder is not with you?
He had to attend a conference in Canada, and we decided to split up the work. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much, Maureen, Team Nura. Well done. Thank you. And coming up next, after Team Nura, is Team Guaro.
This is me on my tiny farm, growing spices and herbs because they fetch higher value per square meters. But my harvest was fragmented, only 1 to 3 kilos per season, and processing, aggregating, and marketing those small quantities required skills that are not normally accessible to farmers like me. And so I ended up consuming what I grew myself. And this problem is actually widespread in Ethiopia. This is a typical farm in Ethiopia. The monoculture beets you see are commercial farms, but the biodiverse beets close to the houses are called Guaros. It means backyard in Amharic. And they're full of high-value spices that Ethiopia is famous for. But the spice value chain is a nightmare on the first mile. Farmers dry their spices on using traditional drying methods like spreading out in the sun, causing contamination by dust, infestation by insects and rodents. And because they only harvest a small amount, there are multiple intermediaries with no access to proper storage facilities, causing mold and development of mycotoxins like aflatoxins, and a loss of 20 to 30% of their produce. There are 50.4 million farmers like that in Ethiopia. And despite being the second largest producer of spice in Africa, we are a net importer of spices. And of the $30 billion spice market in the world, we only take 1.16 million. This is where the inefficiency and the inconsistency of the market is what brought about the idea of Guaro. A team of engineers designed reconfigurable nanofactory that fits in a 20-feet shipping container to process spices, so it can be placed closer to the farmers on the first mile, where most of these problems happen.
Okay, welcome to the future of food processing. Welcome to the future of food processing. This is our own custom-designed nanofactories for processing of spice, which perfectly fits large-scale manufacturing into a 20-feet shipping container very efficiently to produce 457 kilograms of high-quality dried spice per day. Complementing the physical infrastructure, we have implemented a cloud computing system, and we build a digital supply chain to provide an end-to-end traceability, which increases our price with 10% of premium and gives us quality advantage. So this is how we're going to scale. Instead of expanding one factory, we're going to repeat this for every 250 farmers with 800-meter walkable distance. We have de-risked our operational risk by having a partnership with Oldland Pharmaceutical PLC, which enables us to start our operation on their spice farmland and supplying them back the processed spice and herbs. By this, we have guaranteed a working place customer. Yeah. This is our first year, how our first year looks. We are gonna have our new nanofactories every 3 months. This is our team. I am Hanna Rago. I'm a chemical engineer and a process engineer. And Kedis Tamede, she's an architect, a product designer, and a farmer.
And for only $10,000, we can bring our manufacturing small processing units next to the farmers. Join us in revolutionizing manufacturing of spices. Thank you.
Well done, judges. Sorry, I keep going fast, but I have a couple of questions. One, cost of the nanofactory. Have you thought about that? And then what is the utilization rate? Like, for example, how frequently do you harvest these spices? And what will the nanofactory do in the periods between harvests?
The first things we process are perennial plants, which means they're around all year round. And since the factory is reconfigurable, we can process different spices. It's drying. This one is for essential oils, but we also have a drying factory that we designed. So we can process different things in different seasons without changing a lot in the factory. The cost, yeah, I'm looking for it now. The cost of, it's the last page. The cost of the factory is exactly $10,000. The shipping container is the biggest cost, $3,400. The machinery inside and installation is $4,600. The logistics for raw materials and a purchase of raw materials is around $2,000.
I'm sorry, I'm going to piggyback on Ben's question. One shipping container is $3,400?
In Ethiopia, yes.
Okay.
Including the installation, like the preparation of the ground.
So
and
the ask that you have is just to do one?
Yes.
Is there any reason why it's only limited to spices? I get the high value side of things, but could they not be configurable in such a way that you could do more than just spices?
We can, but that's where we saw the supply chain nightmares, and usually on the first mile. So we decided we can solve it with our skills. We are both engineers, and it's not marketed thing in Ethiopia. Like, there's a lot of problems in spice trade in Ethiopia. So that's where we decided to, was our entry point. But it can be reconfigured to do anything else. Yeah.
So I know how difficult it is to find shipping containers in Ethiopia, and it's always been difficult, but now post-COVID, it's even more difficult. So what's your game plan there?
We already found a few. We have to go back to Ethiopia and check if they would work for our process, because it's a food processing pod. It shouldn't be that old. But we also used epoxy flooring on the floor. We're planning to use epoxy flooring. We did the interior. We planned on building the interior well. That's why our prices went up a bit. But we found shipping containers between $2,000 and $2,500.
Sorry, last question. So, okay. How fast, like, how long will it take to break even on one? And then why use geographical, like 800 meters as a thing to expand as opposed to utilization and capacity?
Like I said earlier, the problem happens on the first mile. We want it to be within walkable distance, so the farmers can bring their produce, and usually spices and herbs are damaged during transportation, and farmers can't afford to transport using the like cold chains or anything else. So we want to be near the farmers or near the production sites, so they can walk to us. And instead of expanding our capacity, we want to repeat our factories. And about the price?
So the price, our revenue model. So yeah, it's shown as exponential growth in the revenue model that we are going to repeat new nanofactories every 3 months. We are, based on our revenue model, we are able to make $30,500 net profit on the third month, so we can onboard new farmers and second nanofactory on the third month.
Okay. Thank you very much, Team Guaro. A round of applause. Lots of questions from the judges this time around, so more questions, maybe bigger checks coming as well. Right, so without further ado, let's go to the next team. Please welcome Team Roven.
How many of you have ever dreamt of owning a home? How many of you have gone through the process of building a house? Well, I have too. When I first bought my first piece of land, I was very excited about building my house. I hired a fundi, which is an equivalent of a small contractor in Kenya, and I looked at the quotation. I was very excited. The quotation not only matched my budget, it also matched my expectations. And then I was very nervous about what will happen, and I started fantasizing and imagining how my house will look like. And then I got very excited. 2 years down the line, this is my house. What really happened? What went wrong? My fundi began telling stories like, the budget has shot up, the prices are going up, there's inflation, the president is making changes in a few things here and there. And I took up the quotation and started buying the materials myself. And then that's where I met my second problem. Everything was everywhere. The market was fragmented. I didn't know where to find anything. I decided to halt the project.
Eugene is not the only dreamer that goes through this process and ends up forgetting the dream. Setting out on market research to find out if this is a really huge problem that not only Eugene meets, we found out that the sourcing of construction materials is not only expensive and time-consuming for homeowners, but also very broken in the system and very fragile to fraudulent activities. With a housing demand of 250,000 people annually in Kenya, only in Nairobi, people move sourcing for housing because of different reasons such as work, in a total of 100,000 housing demands. And this is subjected to grow by the rate of 5.5%. Now we left ourselves asking this question. Is it really going to be, is the existing housing going to be enough for the people that are moving to Nairobi, or the homeowners, are they really going to give up on their dream? Ladies and gentlemen, introducing myroven.com. This is a simplified platform, which is a marketplace where you can source for construction materials by placing your order, and we aggregate the demand by converging many different orders from different house owners or aspiring builders, and then sourcing directly from our trusted suppliers and manufacturers so that you can be able to get a discount that enables you to save your money and also get quality materials. We are within Roven, within myroven.com, we are also providing value engineering services in which you can get access to different industry experts that can be able to provide you with options that you can substitute with some materials and get the same value to construct your house, but on a cheaper price. We also encourage transparency throughout the process, where you can just pay directly to the manufacturer within the same platform, and you are also able to see the real-time prices so that you can budget accordingly and not get excuses from different suppliers.
We envision a business model where we're going to earn 7% on all projects that go through our platform. We're also looking at a B2B model where we're going to harness our data and be able to offer market insights to manufacturers that are on top of our platform. Our traction so far, we've been able to get our first project, which is at a value of $30,000 US. We've also been able to secure 100,000 worth of construction materials on top of our platform. This is me signing the transaction in Nairobi. This is one of the largest contractors in Kenya. He's also a manufacturer. This is our first client. This is this project visit. We've also been able to begin talks with one of the largest land buying selling companies who are willing to push through us around 100 customers on top of our platform. Yeah.
We are envisioning a growth of supplying construction materials to 50 houses by our first year, going up to 80 houses by the second year, and at least 120 by our third year in business. Our team consists of myself, Ivan Grema, with a background in public relations and marketing.
Myself, Eugene Aroka, with a background in software engineering.
And we have a certified quantity surveyor, Mary Ann Wangare, on board.
We are asking for $10,000 which will go mostly into product development. We're looking to ramp up our technology and also mostly into our supply chain development. If I had my Roven, this would have been my house. Kindly join me in welcoming you. Join me in this journey to help other people to be able to get homes. Thank you.
I love it. This is an issue we see all across the continent, and especially for diaspora investors. So even when you're in the country and you can't follow up, it's a problem. Imagine when you are, in another country and you're trying to follow up. So why aren't you your first client? Is my first question. Why are we not seeing that finished house right now?
So we didn't mention that this has been only like 3 weeks of work. So so I just signed her last week. So I'm going back to Nairobi to now push through the construction of a house.
Okay, and a more serious question: who's your competition? Who is out there that is not going to want Roven to be up and running?
Yeah, so our competition is the hardware stores and also the fundis. They don't really like us. So from the conversations we had, so we want to kick them out of business, potentially.
That's what they say, at least. Yeah.
Thanks. So mine is on the execution side of this. So you have margins of about 7%. I'm guessing this is. Are you expecting to be a marketplace where the actual seller of the product is somebody else, or are you the ones buying? If it's cement, am I buying from Roven? Am I buying from a hardware that's your partner? So I just want to understand that in terms of a CapEx question. And then if you're only left with 7%, who takes the cost of delivery? And what happens in case like there's an issue with delivery?
Yeah. So we've been initially very lucky early. So we've been able to secure a partner who's given us a warehouse and also materials. So he's been given us sort of like a credit extension of 100K worth of construction materials. So initially our idea is to we don't want to spend money on inventory. So we want to get orders and then push it to the manufacturer. So and then they do. We want to also build a logistic framework, but initially it's just ensuring we have the order and then we execute and then earn like a 7% commission. So, for the
delivery.
Going to pay for the delivery.
For the customer. But since we have an aggregation model, we want to bring down the cost of delivery. So since we've aggregated many orders, through like understanding optimization, we'll be able to ensure, let's say, a lorry that's going in a certain area, but the payment is from the customer initially, because they're usually the ones who pay for the cost of their transportation.
Are they paying it upfront or on delivery?
Yeah, there's a model to it whereby we receive a deposit, because from our research we've understood that there's usually a way that people pay for their construction materials. So because of trust, they put in a certain amount of the deposit, and then now the rest is paid on delivery. Yeah.
Sorry, very quick one. Well done. I think this is brilliant. But how do people get to know about Roven? I'm just looking at the slide where you were talking about your use of funds.
Yeah.
not sure where exactly, your sort of like market development and business development lies.
So initially, we are looking to work with partners to grow our numbers. So basically, in fact, we are foreseeing a problem where we will be racing after the demand, not like, so for example, the customer who's the potential big partner, who is the largest land buying and selling company, already is moving towards the outskirts of the city. And he has like many people who've bought land, but they don't trust him enough to build the houses. So he's looking for a partner who looks like they can be able to build the houses. So we're looking to grow like that, service our orders, and then, so initially we're not looking at a marketing budget, but just through our partnerships.
Yeah, and to add on that, from a marketing experience, we are targeting the growing communities around Nairobi, which now, like, their selling of plots is moving rapidly. And then we want to target those communities, reach out to them, even if it's physically, so that they can know that since they are together now, they can source their orders in bulk with us, aggregated on less cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Roven. Well done. Great. Coming up next, we want to welcome Team Laminar.
Sorry, I was saying, can we restart the time again? My bad, I think I didn't notice. Okay.
It's okay. It's all right. Just go with it.
So, I would like to introduce you to Eve and Ernest. Both of them own a wood and metal manufacturing business here in Rwanda. I've worked with them for the last 3 years, and I was very pleased by their work. But I have a small problem. Their business is not growing. So they still work in the same place, same production processes, and you can see that they're struggling. So we worked with them for the last 2 months to understand why this problem is. So we found out that they have a lot of problems, but these are the main 3 problems we wanted to understand how we can solve them. One is production time. They have a long production time, and they don't have access to funding in order to update the latest technology to improve that production time. And in this industry, the longer you take to produce, the more money you lose. And lastly, they don't have the data to back their business decisions, and most importantly, they don't have the data to attract incentives that other large manufacturers are enjoying right now. This problem is not only for Ernest and Eve, for many other MSMEs in the same sector. And it's sad and scary because they hire up to 80% of the manufacturing workforce in this sector. It's not all bad news though. The industry is huge. It's 1.3 billion in Rwanda alone, and it gets bigger as we expand across Africa. But the imports are winning this game. They're taking over by 62%, but I believe back the manufacturing sector to our homegrown manufacturers.
At Laminar, we are reimagining African manufacturing as a collective effort to bring about industrial development. We are going to achieve this through a series of open manufacturing hubs that will provide state-of-the-art production technology and facilities to MSMEs. So a typical open manufacturing hub is going to look like this, and it will make it easy for us to collect data in different industries, and also it will eliminate the need for MSMEs to individually invest on spaces and machinery. These hubs will also serve different MSMEs in different locations in multiple sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and energy. In order to take on this massive undertaking, we have established a partnership with a global leader in the sector, which is the DER Group, a German-based manufacturing company that recognizes what we're trying to achieve. So they will provide us with a technical support, service, and sales partnership in the near future. And we are currently co-designing a pilot open manufacturing hub here in Kigali. So the hubs that you can see on the screen here will provide product development and machining services for MSMEs in the woodworking and metal fabrication sector. Currently, we don't have enough resources or the resources to set up this pilot hub, which is why we are putting our focus on a single service from this hub, which is the perforated metal manufacturing. So this will allow us to start small, but have significant impact. So perforated metal is an all-rounded product that has a lot of uses in different industries such as furniture manufacturing and construction. It's endlessly recyclable, and it accounts for 169 million out of the $1.3 billion market demand for manufactured goods in Rwanda alone. My colleague Ikar will now show you exactly how we're going to capitalize on this huge opportunity, but with a relatively small investment.
So the service we are providing is built on three main problems we mentioned earlier. To act as a solution to the problems we mentioned earlier: time, cost, and data. So we're providing them access to our hub to cut the metal for $35 per square meter, and this would take between 15 to 30 minutes, which is relatively short time in the industry. And we'll be collecting data at different touch points that can be used later on. So basically, they're enjoying the benefits of economies of scale without investing as much. There is excitement in the market, as we have already signed contracts with four companies that in the space. The contracts are worth $126,000 US, and in the next month, which is late July, when we kick off operations, we'll be working at full capacity for 3.5 months. Let me also mention that our profit margins are 91%. So check on helping businesses and also check on being a viable business. This is our team. I'm a digitalization expert, and he's an automation expert. And we have advisory and technical support from HomeEgg. And we are here today telling you that we have already secured the space, secured the contracts, and we are seeking $10,000 US to use 60% of that to get the machinery and setup, and 40% as runway. 9 months from now, we want to help our homegrown manufacturers like Ernest and Eve to take back the market and grow their market share. We invite you to join us. Thank you.
Yes, questions from the judges?
Thank you. So we started off with a problem being that these two gentlemen that you've worked with have been in the same location. They're struggling with time and throughput, basically, right? One of them is woodwork, and the other guy is a metal guy. So how did we end up on CNC, so the cutting of the metal? And it's beautiful, but I really don't understand how it ties back to saving the woodworker's time or the other guy's time. I see the value it creates. I just don't see if you're actually solving the problem that you identified.
So they're not separately woodworkers and metal fabricators. They are furniture manufacturers, and they fabricate their furniture using wood and metal, like sheet metal to be specific. So they incorporate metal in a lot of the designs that they do. So now we saw that they use welders, they use a lot of skilled people in order to achieve this. And basically, it will take them up to 3 days to do the same thing that this CNC plasma cutter machine can do in 15 to 30 minutes. So that reduces their cost, and they will be able to deliver far more quickly than they will be able to by depending on those skilled people.
And also, if I may add, so the metal cutting service is our entry point. This is what we want to do at the end of the day. As you can see, we'll be servicing everything coming from wood, to metal. So we'll eventually get there, but right now we have to start somewhere.
Hi, can we go back to your financial slide where you showed the... No, I'm like, what was the dip that happened in November? What was that?
So since we have pre-orders already, and we'll be working 3 months and a half until mid-October, that's when our pre-orders will be finished. So we expect that maybe our productivity will dip a bit, but since we'll be in the market for 3 months, this is an industry where word of mouth works. So we hope to have more clients so that maybe, our productivity will drop to 70% and then pick off again. So the first 3 months, we'll be fully servicing those contracts, those pre-orders we already have. That's why we'll be working at full capacity, and then we expect it to drop because we don't have other contracts after that. We'll be working to get more contracts in these 3 months.
I just want you to just stick on this slide here. I just need to understand your cost structure. I think you've got a premise. I don't know if it's owned or it's rent, and how do you end up at that 91.42%? But the other question I want to ask was around your decisioning around the partner, the German partner that you'll end up with. You know, how did you arrive at that decision? You know, and also, what are the sort of agreements and things that you've put to make sure that you guys are properly secured?
Okay, thanks.
May I answer the partnership question first? Okay, so HOMAG is the subsidiary of the DER Group. DER Group is an integrated systems manufacturer. I think the global leader in that sector. HOMAG is their subsidiary that produces woodworking machinery. So we talked to their South African wing, and they told they are currently co-designing. So maybe you could go back to, yeah. So on the Open Hub, all of the machines would be sourced from them. So we're working together in order to reduce the startup cost and only incorporate machineries and machine features that are useful to this market. So any feature that's not needed or necessary will be eliminated in order to cut down on the cost. And they are looking to penetrate this market. So the African market is a huge opportunity is a market that they see a huge opportunity in. So they're actually actively seeking a service and sales partner here. So setting up this market will also, setting up this hub will also help them to demonstrate the capabilities of their machineries and get more clients in this space.
Yes. And on the financials.
Thank you. I think we are also on time.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I can, you can share me your email. I'll send you everything by mail.
There you go. Thank you very much. Team Laminar, everybody. Thank you very much, Team Laminar. Now welcoming to the stage, and we're left with 3 teams before we take a well-deserved break for the judges and the audience. I know it's a lot of excitement, a lot of solutions. So, coming to the stage, Bountiful Farmers.
Meet Tilda, my neighbor from the northern province, and what she's carrying there is a basket of potato seeds. She's been farming for a couple of decades, and one of the problems that she's been getting is acquiring quality seeds for farming so that she can increase her yield and be able to come out of subsistence farming so that she can become a commercial farmer. So this led us to a curiosity and went to the market. And then we talked to up to 300 farmers and RAB as a stakeholder in the seed production, where we found that there are a few players in the seed production and they can only service 20% of the market. You can imagine 80% gap there. This is not a problem that Cotilda faces, but around 1.8 million other Cotilders in Rwanda that face the same challenge in all the seasons. So this seed production market is up to $50 million, and we are looking up to play and take at least 10% of the market, which will be $5 million. How are we looking forward to do that?
Thank you so much. In fact, our solution to this problem is simple. That you see is not Irish potatoes, it's Irish potato seedlings, rather. The solution we are bringing to the market is simple. We increase the availability of high-quality seeds at the right time and at affordable price. And ladies and gentlemen, let me show you how we're going to do it. Through innovation in greenhouse farming, we are introducing a semi-aeroponic system by Bountiful Farmers. This system uses no soil. It is less costly and it produces more according to what is being done in the market. Currently in the market, other seed multipliers, they multiply one seedling into 5 seedlings. But with our innovation, you can actually multiply one seedling into 12 seedlings. And this is where we are at solving our solution. In 1 month, we have already acquired 2 greenhouses. One is in good condition, ready to work. Another one is in a critical condition, as you can see, but needs renovation. All of these greenhouses can plant 12,000 seedlings. And in 1 month, we have raised nearly $5,000, which we use to acquire these greenhouses. And in partnership, we had made offtake deals with 2 of the prominent companies in seed production, or the whole Irish potato value chain. One being EGSP, they source high quality seeds. Another one being Hollander Fair Food. If you didn't know, they're the brand owners of Winners Chips. Okay. Let me show you how we will be earning money as Bountiful Farmers. We buy one seedling at 155 cents, multiply them into 12 seedlings, and then sell each one at 100. So that means on one seedling, we will be earning 1,200 Rwandan francs. In one season, which is 4 months, we are expected to sell up to $12,000, and then renovate the second greenhouse that I told you about. In the second season, we will double the yield. That means double the income, and then earn up to $20,000. In the second season, do as more. So our scalability will be based on how many numbers of greenhouses that we employ. The dream team to this solution is me, Stanley. I'm a mechanic and have 2-year experience in trade and export of agri-produce. And
I'm Christella Owese, and I have experience in business development, and I'm a farmer myself. And we are asking for $10,000 so that we can do our operation. We are going to dispatch this in buying seeds and also renovating and installation of the system in the 2 greenhouses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Bountiful Farmers. Judges, the floor is yours. 3 minutes.
A question. Thank you very much for your presentation. As someone who has been a potato farmer myself, I am struggling with your problem statement in the following way. If the current seed producers can only satisfy 20% of the market, have they grown their capacity? And then the second question is, what percentage of farmers are keeping aside some of their produce for next year as the seed? Because I think that's where the seed market disappears to. It's farmers retaining stock and planting.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a valid question as a potato farmer. But yes. The growth of seed multipliers is because they set up greenhouses, 48 greenhouses that were set up by NGOs, only 16 are still operating. The reason being, these potato farmers, these seed multipliers, they didn't have enough knowledge to maintain greenhouses, but because of the method they was using, it wasn't profitable, and it was costing them much money than what they was getting out of. And with the skills of renovating, keeping the greenhouses in shape, they didn't have that. So the greenhouses got old, and they didn't have the ability to renovate them. And right now, what they are based on is RAB, as Rwanda Agricultural Board. They are the ones that are processing these seedlings at these stages, and then they give them to the other stages of multipliers out in the greenhouses. And on the second question you asked, there is right now in Irish potatoes that they grow in highlands, there is new disease that is called light blight. And when you plant one seedling, when you plant for one season, it is not highly to be productive in the next season. So you will have to buy seedlings every season. When you use informal seedlings that are farm kept, you are highly likely to get low yield compared to these new seedlings that are produced each season.
Thank you very much. No more questions from the judges. Thank you very much, Team Bountiful Farmers. All right. So coming up next on the floor, please welcome Team Manzibu.
So I was watching the news sometime last year, and one of the main stories was about how farmers are relying on relief food due to drought. Guess who I see on the line? Ladies and gentlemen, my grandmother, my own grandmother, was lining up for relief food. This was a bit ironic because, first of all, she comes from Nyeri County, and number two, she's been a successful farmer for over 5 decades. Turns out, farmers are planting eucalyptus alongside their food crops, and it's killing their yields. In as much as they get up to $10K in profit after 5 years, the eucalyptus is depleting their water sources by up to 40%, and it's destroying their soils such that the yields are going down by up to 10% every year. This is a problem facing about 2.6 million farmers in Kenya, and if nothing is done, 5 million people will be starving by the end of this year alone.
We did our research in Kenya, and 91% of the farmers are already aware of the environmental impact eucalyptus has, but they're scared of the high cost of transition. So what if there was an alternative, a crop that these farmers would switch easily without incurring high cost, and a plant that is good for the soil as well as their pockets. So based on our research, we found bamboo to be a viable alternative to eucalyptus. So we devised an innovative solution to promote the adoption of bamboo. Not only is bamboo good for this environment, but it also helps these farmers earn twice as much as they would do with eucalyptus. And ecologically, it stores more than 35% carbon, which we can later sell in the carbon credit market. Bamboo typically takes 5 years, 5 to 10 years, to reach full maturity. But our idea is to leverage, to maximize the economic benefit to these farmers and utilize a viable a viable product at different stages of growth. The first of this product would be bamboo popsicles, which we can make within just 90 days of farming. But as the tree grows, we want to expand into different FMCGs in the culinary and medical equipment industries. As the tree matures, we want to expand to furnitures and home accessories, which will, and at this stage, we will not only serve the Kenyan market, but also the entire East Africa. We have secured partnership with Kettle Farm and Imbar, which is committed to providing 3,000 seedlings to our growing number of 30 small-scale farmers. And our first product is Peekaboo, which comes in 2 flavors and variety of colors. In just 9 days of operation, we managed to sell more than 2,094 popsicles.
So now let's talk about some numbers. Our entry point is in the manufacturing and distribution of bamboo leaf popsicles, but our market size is much bigger than that. We have a market potential of $131 million, which spans the frozen snacks, disposable utensils, and disposable medical consumables. But our focus is in the $5 million that we can earn from bamboo leaf popsicles. That represents 4% of the total market share that we'd like to capture. Now, the cost of producing one popsicle is $0.035, while we're selling it at $0.07, making a profit margin of 50%, sorry. Now, we plan to increase the demand by expanding into Mtwapa, which is a coastal town that is ideal for popsicles due to the weather. And we envision a break-even point at month 7 with a 25% month-on-month growth. By the end of Q4, we plan to expand into the manufacturing and distribution of disposable utensils, as well as medical consumables such as cervical swabs and tongue depressors. But we're saving this projection for the accelerator program in 9 months. We are the dream team. My co-founder, Fasca Legese, who's a product designer, a landscape architect, and I'm Joe Kamau. I'm an FMCG manufacturer with over 8 years experience. Our ask today is $10,000 to help us actualize our dream. And I'd like to close by imploring you to invest in sustainable consumerism so that nobody else's grandma here has to starve the way mine did. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Manzibu. Questions from the judges?
Thank you. That was a good presentation. I'm a little bit lost. I think when you started with your problem statement, for me it was clear we are solving almost an environmental issue. But when it came to the solution, I'm lacking some kind of alignment. Would you take me back, what is the problem, in a very simple way, to what is the solution?
So the problem is, okay, first of all, climate change is a big problem. But there are some practices that farmers are using that are making the situation worse. So our solution is to try to convert them into more sustainable agroforestry. And to do this, we're incentivizing them by being the first consumers of the bamboo that they're going to plant. And so for us to incentivize them, we're adding value to different stages of growth of the bamboo tree. Yeah. Is it clear now?
Partly. So the question I have is a popsicle and a bamboo. So I'm lost. So is the popsicle made of bamboo, or is the stick the bamboo? Like, that's where I'm lost. Like, I'm really trying to understand. Is this popsicle going to taste like sucking a bamboo stick?
We actually had samples, but unfortunately, no. They wouldn't allow us to put them in the freezer, so they all melted out. But what we're making is bamboo juice from the leaves. So when we make the bamboo juice, we make it to conventional market tastes. And so we freeze that juice into the popsicles. But also the stick is a bamboo stick. Yeah.
So, Fasika, you're from Ethiopia. So Ethiopia has 70% of the bamboo of the continent. This operation is not in Ethiopia. Okay, explain.
Unfortunately, when we first met and we discussed this problem, it was supposed to be in Ethiopia because it makes sense. One, we're the largest producers, and two, we're incurring the same problem of shortage right now and at a larger scale. But due to the government issues we have as a co-founder, as easily I can go to Kenya, he cannot come and operate in Ethiopia. But we plan to expand and reach not only Ethiopia, but also Rwanda and the rest of East Africa.
Thank you very much, Team Manzibu. Sorry the popsicles melted on the way. Would have loved to have some. So, the final team for this first round, before we take a break, is Team Adumu.
On the screen is my father. He has been a head teacher in a Kenyan high school for the last 10 years. Over the years, he has increasingly complained of the increase in the price of firewood that is getting hard and hard to get. The 2018 ban on logging in Kenya did not help his situation. He's not the only one facing this situation. Schools in Kenya require 1.1 million acres of trees cut down per year to cook for their students. Yes, you heard me right. 1.1 million acres of trees cut down per year. This has prompted them to look for alternatives. In 2019, my dad procured a biogas plant, a biogas producing system for $7,000. However, it proved unreliable. And with this experience with LPG, it is too expensive to sustain on a large scale. What you're currently looking at is the current state of a Kenyan school kitchen. One of the solutions that seems to have partly worked is the improved firewood stove. However, it still relies on firewood. There are 1.3 million institutions in Africa facing the same cooking system problem. However, but we will start at home. We will start with over 42,000 schools located in Kenya. And if we're able to capture just 5% of this market, we will be operating in over 2,000 schools, which is a market worth $20 million per year. Our solution is crafted around biodiesel. We can confirm that biodiesel is clean, it's affordable, and it's reliable. And one of the most important components of our system is the burning system. The burning system burns this biodiesel at 95% efficiency. This has the potential of reducing the carbon emissions of each school from 480 tons to 71 tons per year. My dad sets aside $100 to buy firewood to power his cooking stoves. Using our system, he'll only spend $64 on biodiesel per day. Therefore, we sought out to develop a system, and we present to you the Adumu biodiesel stove. And it is important to note that we plan on patenting the burning system that is our own design and developed internally by us.
So let's talk about the finances. The Adumu A100 costs us $1,100 to produce, and we will be retailing it for $1,900. But during our research, we found that most institutions already had the improved firewood stove installed in their kitchens. And for schools with that, we would be able to plug in our burner directly into the existing infrastructure and be able to give them the whole system for $1,200. Alongside the stoves, we will also be connecting our distribution and production partners for the biodiesel, Eni, Gill Oil, and Zain Agro, who have a combined capacity of over 1 million liters a year, to the institution so they have a constant supply of biodiesel. We will also be taking a 20% markup on every liter that's delivered. And for the financial projections, in 2024, which will be our first year in full operation, we will have our 10 pilot stoves installed in institutions, and from those we will earn $9,000. But those will require over 57,000 liters of fuel to operate, and from the 20% markup on that fuel, we'll be able to earn 13,000, putting us over 22,000 for total net revenue for the first year, and we will 10x that in the next year when we fully launch with 100 units in 100 institutions. Our team came together due to our passion and love for aviation. Our experience in the aviation industry gave us the insight and the knowledge of combustion to be able to design the solution that we're presenting to you today. At Adumu, we work as we would work at an airport. A pilot cannot function without his engineer, and an engineer cannot function without his pilot. For the ask, we're asking for $10,000 to get us prepared for full launch. In the first month, we will have 1 prototype unit fully ready for internal safety tests and for the government regulatory tests. In the 3rd month, we will launch 3 pilot units into 3 institutions, and in the 5th month, we will launch 5 more units, and by the 8th month, we will have 10 pilot units fully operational, and we'll be collecting data, preparing for full launch. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Adumu. The floor is open for questions.
Hi. On this slide, how come you decided to do it where you're just telling us what you're doing every month as opposed to how you're deploying the $10,000?
That was it was just a graphical choice. But this is how we will be spending the $10,000. Actually, the first prototype unit, so that we can do the tests with the government and internal safety tests. Then we will be able to, at the $1,100 I told you earlier, get the 3 units, deploy, and then 5 more, and then fully to the 10 so we can collect data.
When you're asking for our money, it's nice to see where you're planning on deploying it.
Okay.
Next time. Okay, thanks.
Hi, guys. I just want to congratulate you firstly for having this homemade solution to, I think, what is a real problem. You did talk about patenting, and on that line, just maybe while we're on the slide, it'd just be interesting to see if you have any estimations of that cost, and when that will be, when you expect to have that done. But I also I don't know much about the regulatory environment in Kenya, so there's a disclaimer. But I wanted to also like have hear from you guys in terms of what you guys are expecting that journey to look like, because it looks like a good solution, but I don't know how strict and how regulated the space is going to be. I expect it to be quite regulated.
So for the first part, for the patent, we've just been working on design these 3 months and making sure that it's a workable and a viable design. When we get into our first month back home is when we will get with professionals who do patenting and see what that process will look like for us. And as far as regulation, we have already had conversation with KEBS, which is a regulatory authority back home. And for them, it's just a matter of seeing the unit, taking it through safety tests together, and then they would be able to certify us.
Okay. My question would be, 1, what is biodiesel? How does it differ from regular diesel? And then on the supply chain that you have proposed, you have a couple of partners that you've mentioned in there. Do those partners need to invest in any infrastructure to be able to carry this biodiesel? And have they given you any indications that they'd be willing to make those investments?
So first, the difference between biodiesel and diesel is that biodiesel is made from waste oil. either waste oil that has already been used for frying, such as in restaurants such as KFC and others, or it can also be made from the waste from the process of making oil, or from oils that are not used for, that are not edible. Croton seeds, cotton seeds make oil. So from our 3 partners, they all have their own different processes and they're all different sources, but it's all renewable. It's not a fossil fuel. And the second question.
In terms of the supply chain, like, because I'm guessing this product is not in the market. So will they need to make any investments to be able to supply it to your schools? And have they given you any indication that they're willing to make these investments?
Yeah, we are leveraging on them for the supply chain. So we've already partnered with Zenagro that has confirmed its capacity to supply us with the biodiesel for our piloting phase. And as our capacity increases, the demand will increase, prompting them to increase their production. So we are just linking the producers to the final consumers who are the schools.
What are your risks for being disintermediated? Because if I'm Zinagro and you show me this opportunity and like I can build this banner, then I'm just going to go to all the other schools, except your dad's school.
So to begin with, like our design is proprietary and we'll continue to innovate. We have a plan to digitize the process in terms of knowing where the fuel supply is low, and also digitizing the unit to make it more, to achieve something we are referring to currently as precision cooking. So the digitization process will differentiate us from any other competitors now and in the future.
Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much, Team Adumu. Please give a big round of applause for the first 9 teams. We're now going to take a very short break, but before we do that, I'd like to thank even the audiences that are coming to us online. Thank you for tuning in, but also please give some love to all the teams that have just gone through. If you have your Twitter handle open, please tweet about it. This is #JASIRI for Africa. So yeah, show some love online, on your profiles, on LinkedIn, everywhere you can. This is really great. So there are many investors, many more investors out there, but also to the investors in the room today, please, you'll have a chance to meet all these incredible entrepreneurs. We have a short break of 10 minutes. We have a tea break ready for you on my left side of the room here. And if you need to take a washroom break as well, it's at the back of the room. So we'll be back here in 10 minutes. You're encouraged to bring back your tea, your coffee, your juice into the room so that we keep time. And we're doing really great on time. So thank you, judges. Thank you, teams. So yes, enjoy your break and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kunda. Tuza. It's nice how you vibing to my new shit. A little bit of ish on your new playlist. Turn it up, it's only 6:30. Take off what you got, you won't need that shit. Kigali lights through your Ray-Bans. Gin and juice in your right hand. Follow, let's chit-chat. Where you really at, what you really like. I want your move, nah-nah. The way you speak to me, nah-nah-nah. Let's go by the waters, make love. Puff it a little bit, nah-nah-nah-nah-nah-nah. Sana, you're opening all my doors. You're pushing me more and more. Urikeza, Tane, I keep tripping in my corridor. I'm seeing to the floor. Mumito muningabo. Murikem na michino. Pressure nous combat ni putain sangana. Juge-moi comme tu veux, mais l'histoire m'absoudra. Uti mungeri baririmba. Ubiti bimburiza ibigango. Iyamarere cyane, intore cyane, intore cyane. Uti mungeri baririmba. Ubiti bimburiza ibigango. Iyamarere cyane, intore cyane, intore cyane. Yeah. Amacuma ahinda ubugi barantera imyambi bararekera ntirekada. Ingabo yanjye rushingwa ntambara inkotanyi cyane ndayikunda. Intwari ndizibukira bagahobagira rumata n'abanze kera. Impore. Let's get it. Mubona cyangwa mu bahungu n'isa ntibasumba ni ngombwa kwitabara. Iyo n'indakarira kuvusha yaruhanirwa she mu mayito ukura amahanga ku ijambo. Ubona ngo mu ijuru rya ruteta wakiruka ni muri komwe. Ruteranya ngabinakaza ukoze urwanda rw'ama rw'uburongo abaje bawugize inyamibwa. Ukuntu rero nawe wajya kujya by'abanyamakenga bati nimushye inkotanyi cyane uzagira icyo mu maso. N'abakaje muri iryo hinduka isarafu. Ingabo zigenda ku isonga n'usanzwe ndisiba.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event is starting shortly. Please take your seats.
Hello. All right, we're about to start again. So everybody who's outside, please come back to your seats. If somebody can spot the judges, please tell them to come back to their seats as well. Team JASIRI, if you can help me bring back the judges in the room. All right. Welcome back, welcome back. We're about to go to the second and final round of pitches. We are going to see pitches from 8 teams that are left. Then, oh, yes. Then we'll close the evening with a celebration. Okay, welcome back. All right. So we have extended the time for the break a little bit to make sure that some investors meet some of the great teams we saw earlier. So if there's some checks being signed, hope the M&E team is ready to grab that impact. Okay, welcome back, welcome back. Please take your seats. We're about to get started. Okay, so I think we have the full team of judges on the panel. Thank you very much. All right, hope you've all enjoyed this short break. We're about to get started again. So, judges, are we ready? Yes, great. So I'm going to call up the next team on the stage. So I still want the same energy we had in the morning. So please, a big round of applause as they come up to the stage. Please welcome Team Meda-fri.
Ever since I was 15, I used to have these episodes where I would struggle to breathe. But by the time I got into second year of medical school, I couldn't finish a single class without getting out of breath. I was learning at a governmental hospital at the time, but since I always saw a lot of patients on queue, I decided I was going to go to a private hospital and I was going to pay to get treated directly by a specialist. But even though I am one of the very few privileged people who can afford to pay 5 times the amount that I would pay at a governmental hospital, I still spent the entire day at the hospital and I missed my entire day of classes. I took a moment to empathize to the thousands of patients we see every day that have to queue for hours, and still they had to make those appointments weeks and months ahead. But this is not a problem just in Ethiopia. Less than half of the population in Africa have access to the healthcare that they need. From the 1.4 billion people living in our region, we learned that 565 of them have access to the internet, and 26 million of them live in Ethiopia today.
What if we use technology to improve the experience of patients seeking healthcare service in Africa? What if we made healthcare accessible, affordable, timely, and reliable, so that people from all socioeconomic background and geographical location will have access to quality healthcare? Ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce you to Meda-fri, a holistic telemedicine platform which encompasses the whole range of services. Now, if I talk about everything now, I might take the whole day. But our vision starts by encompassing all the services here. But we will enter the market on giving online consultation for the patients. We want to make sure that patients get a medical consultation from a physician and be able to be referred to specialist or home care. Our take is on development. So when a person launch our app, the first thing they see is a warm welcome from a medical doctor who is assigned to them by our intelligence system. And they will be able to ask questions directly to a doctor without even being required to log in. In Meda-fri, we provide immediate and seamless connection with healthcare professionals. Now, let's tell you what we have been doing the past 4 weeks. We have onboarded 5 general practitioners, 16 specialists from 10 different specialties, and we partnered with 1 home care providers. On the consumer side, we have registered 130 people on our website. Out of them, 31 requested consultation and 17 were referred. And this is where we make our money. But let my co-founder tell you more about that.
While keeping our initial first doctor consultations free, we plan on monetizing mainly from the commission fee from every referral, 40% to the specialist, and the 20% for every patient we refer to the home care service and the hospitals that we refer them to. And also we'll be adding a subscription fee for the currently visiting patients, that need follow-up on an ongoing basis. With this momentum, we'll be able to break even by the 3rd month and have a steady growth until the 6th month, after which we'll have an exponential growth because of the trust we build within our community and the introduction with the subscription model. This is our team. My co-founders, Dr. Zamari Taddasa, and myself. My name is Dr. Betel Samson. We are Meda-fri. Today, we ask $10,000 so that our patients will have the same access to healthcare and not have to go through the frustration every day that they see a doctor. So join us as we fight for our patients and make solutions for Africans by Africans to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Meda-fri. Judges, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's impressive to see actual doctors in the field. But first, a question. If the two of you are here, the queues are worse. So, sorry, you're making the problem worse. But anyway, seriously, very good idea, real problem. My question is this going to be text-based? Like if I launch the app, am I being asked the questions in text? How are you going to deal with questions around language? Literacy is another thing, because the patient might not be able to read. And then the last one is, sometimes you can't express yourself. I come and see you and I just say, I'm feeling pain inside here. So how do you deal with that on an app?
Yeah, so to answer the first question, is it going to be text? For now, as we are launching our MVP, it is going to be a chat form where you can talk to like a friend, you can text. So it is free. The first conversation that is happening with the general practitioner is free, and it's on chat base. But it can include a video call, but not on our MVP as we scale. And on the language side, we are also planning to integrate the existing artificial intelligence, which includes to also include the language system. Go.
Yeah, one of the AI, the existing AI. So we can use it for the language, but other things that we're trying to do is employ more doctors with diversity so that they can answer the questions, not only for the language, but also for the cultural sensitivity that they can provide on the platform.
I'm going to take you back to the language. Ben asked the questions I was going to ask also is about digital literacy and also language. So what language is it available in now?
So since we're based in Ethiopia, primarily on our MVP and the traction that you saw, we onboarded 5 GPs that spoke Amharic and English. But with time, we plan on diversifying those general practitioners so that they can speak to the patients. When it comes to the language that people use on the platform, we can also, is that we can use different languages. The way we design and when we make the UI of the app, will incorporate more languages that Ethiopia speaks at first. And then as we scale, we'll add in more languages that are spoken within the region.
And then what sort of apparatus is your patient expected to have? Would a feature phone work, or would everybody need to be on a smartphone?
So currently, we're targeting the people who have smartphones, the 26 million people that have access to smartphones. But with that, and with us growing like exponentially, and with us growing as capital, we hope to be able to address the people that don't need the digital literacy as well. Because technically, tech is easier to implement with our level of financial capability. But the more we progress, the more we're going to be able to scale to the people that don't have access to technology.
Hi guys, good presentation. I just wanted to hear from you guys in terms of what the feedback has been from the two sides of the market that you're serving. So you've got practitioners on the one end, and then you've got patients on the other. And what's that informing you about the value propositions to those two groups? But also, like, I wanted to hear with regards to the retention strategies that you have, for mainly for the users, but also, I guess, the practitioners.
When it comes to I forgot the first question that you mentioned. When it comes to the side of
like the value, the
value proposition
and the feedback,
So currently, with the fresh graduates of general practitioners in Ethiopia, we're suffering unemployment. So it was more of a solution based, not just for the market that we're providing healthcare for, but also for the general practitioners who are looking for jobs. And when it comes to the specialists, they were also very excited to learn that they could service the people through a tech-based system. When it comes to the market, they were also very able to have We've also noticed that there are certain markets and certain questions that are consistently being asked, and these things are mainly when it comes to questions that patients don't feel comfortable speaking to their doctors about, and then also patients who are either just had kids or just couldn't, are not that mobile to move, we're able to service them as well. So there are specific markets that we're going to be focusing in based on what we've learned so far.
Thank you, Team Meda-fri. That was time for us, so thank you very much and well done. For more questions, get the emails. Yes, can you put it there? Thank you. Great. So coming up to the stage is Team Lupa.
So my aunt, who lives in the eastern province in Rwanda, has been farming for the last 5 years on a 2-acre farmland. She's been struggling with low crop yield due to insufficient nutrients in the organic fertilizer she uses. She turned to the inorganic fertilizer, but this choice is, although it's having nutrients that she needs for her crops, it's expensive, but it degrades the soil. Go on the next one. So my aunt is not alone in this journey. There's 2.8 million small-scale farmers that are in the same situation. And they are 83.7% farmers in Rwanda that are using organic fertilizer, compared to 1% in Kenya. This shows how Rwanda can be a leader in the organic movement. We are looking at a $1.1 million market of organic of fertilizer. Our target will be the $8.4 million. You can go ahead with the solution.
Next. So we discovered the ability of these amazing creatures called earthworms. They are known to be the intestine of the earth. They have the potential of converting organic waste into nutrient-rich substance. Now, Rwanda alone, according to JASIRI Rwanda, produces over 1.13 million metric tons of organic waste every year. And with that precious waste resource and these amazing creatures, we as Lupa, we're introducing the Lupa vermicomposting bin to provide the right biological conditions for these creatures such that with the power of IoT, they can be able to convert 10 tons of organic waste into 5 tons of solid fertilizer, or with a warm language, you can call them vermicast, and 5,000 liters of the vermiliquid, or in other words, is their pee. Next. And with that, we are introducing our 2 flagship products, the Vermi 500 and the Vermifolia. And for this one, Cynthia's auntie will be able to acquire them at a 50% reduced cost as compared to what she's already using for alternatives with fertilizers. And on top of that, our product also has high nutrient value as well as micronutrients, and they also introduces very key parts which are essential microorganisms, which other products mostly are very insufficient of. And with that, she will have more crop yields and in return, more income for his household. I'll let Ghislaine go more into the numbers.
So our revenue will be heavily dependent on the number of production that we'll be producing every month. And as you can see on the graph, within the very first month, we anticipate to incur initial setup costs, which we actually have no production at all. But on the onward, we'll be producing, and the production will be going upwards. And by the 7th month, we'll be able to semi-automate our plant, increasing our revenue even further. And by the last quarter of the year, we'll be able to fully automate our plant, which will even further increase or boost our revenue. And the production cost for these 2 products that they have shown you is a shared $0.31 US, and we will be selling the Vemi 500 at $0.5 USD, and for the Vemi liquid, we'll be also selling it at $3. Within just 3 weeks, we have been able to strike partnerships with Golden Insects and Dudu Masters for the supply of these earthworms to use in our bioconversion process. And there's Sunrise Farms Rwanda, which is willing to take part in our pilot program, and as well as providing us with an offtake deal for when our product will be ready. And there's also the Nyamata market, which will be our source of the waste resource that we'll be using during our bioconversion process to produce our organic fertilizers. We are a team of 3. I am Ghislain Dukuze. I am a business developer and a circular economy expert.
I'm a chemist, the leader in product development, as well as an award-winning innovator.
And I'm Cynthia. I will be in charge of the operations lead. So we are asking $10,000. 62% of it is going to go through towards the infrastructure and equipment. Our goal is to enhance affordability and yield for the small-scale farmers like my aunt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Lupa. Opening up the floor for questions.
Can you just take us through again your pricing model?
Okay, as the graph shows, the very first month we are anticipating on just incurring setup costs, and we won't be able to produce the product, our organic fertilizers, because it takes 1 month for the bioconversion to fully operate. So that's why we are seeing that there's a loss that's gonna be there. But within the following month, the month 2, there will be an increase in the number of production, the number of units that we'll be able to produce, which we actually increase as well as the revenue.
So sorry to cut you, but it's just the pricing on the, I think you talked about the per liter cost, that kind of thing.
Yeah. The unit cost per liter and kilogram is a shared cost because it goes through one single process. So it's a shared cost of $0.31 US for both 1 kilogram of the solid organic fertilizer as well as the liquid fertilizer, and one will be sold, like 1 kilo of the solid fertilizer will be sold at $0.44 US, while the liquid fertilizer will be sold at $3. And it will be a concentrate which can be diluted on a ratio of 1 liter to 20 liters of water. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just go back. I don't know if I can ask you to go again. So the solution is the box part of the solution, or is the product the solution?
The product is the solution.
Okay.
The box is just one of the process of us getting the product.
Okay.
Yep.
So we don't need to really invest a lot of money in where the
so the journey will be, we start manually first to understand the biological process of these creatures. And then now the box, that's where the efficiency now gets to be boosted, because you understand different conditions under which they operate in, and now you can be able to boost your efficiency from 30% to 50%. So yes, as time goes by.
And then, though this is not in the presentation, or what do you think the underlying risks of this business are that perhaps you haven't mentioned?
So because this whole process is dependent on a biological system, there's a risk of all the earthworms maybe that will be housing in this vermicomposting box. There's a risk that those earthworms, if you don't provide them with the right conditions, they may die. So which may give us a risk of like losing all the expected product. So if we don't provide such conditions for them to be able to thrive, which is why we want to produce this box powered with the Internet of Things or the sensors to be able to monitor different conditions within the ecosystem. So there's the risk of us losing all the produce that we are expecting. So that's why we want to be able to monitor all those conditions within the system so that we can be able to control them over time so that we don't risk to lose all the produce. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Lupa. That's the time that we had. A round of applause for Team Lupa. Thank you. Please welcome to the stage Team Edit.
We're getting one each.
Afternoon, everyone. Imagine where Imagine an explorative child where they're exploring the wonders of the world. And imagine them being creative, imagine them being experimental and curious. Imagine them having that wondrous imagination where they can explore themselves as well as their own passion. But as these children go into the education system, you slowly see that their sparkle in their eyes diminishes because they see the classroom. This classroom becomes like a factory where they go in as a mass produced rather than being fostered with the right inspiration, because the system is there for efficiency rather than inspiration. And this circumstance can be seen in 90 million children in my own country. So we must ask ourselves, at what point are we going to sacrifice the joy of education? And at what point are we going to expect our children to be future innovators and future problem solvers when we're even striping them of creativity from the early stages of their education? That's why we need to reimagine education for our children and create a new path. And this path should be fun, explorative, engaging, and inclusive, and most importantly, incorporate the 21st century skills. And this path is what we call EDIT. EDIT is an integrated platform that incorporates both localized and curriculum-based challenges to develop the 21st century skills of our children in a gamified platform. So more about this experience, my co-founder will share.
I apologize for that. So what you can see here is our platform. So when kids arrive, after creating their profiles, they choose the subject that they want to learn, and after that they can go on different missions, on different quests, adventures. And the adventures are not designed just to have close-ended questions with right or wrong answers, but also open-ended questions to spark their curiosity and critical thinking skills. And when designing this platform, kids are not the only ones that we thought about. Though it hasn't been deployed yet, parents will also have their dashboard where they look at their kids' progress and get different parenting and resources on how to better their kids' education. And as you can see here, we have deployed this platform, the version 1 of it, and we have tested it on 94 kids from 2 different schools in Addis Ababa. And this leaderboard that you see here is actually live. And we've got the feedback that they have had a good experience in terms of ease of use, the educational element, and also the entertainment element of it. And when we come to financials, our main revenue stream is going to come from subscription fees that we charge parents, which is going to be $3 per month for full access to the platform. And for the offline activities, that will be there to augment the online platform. We will be charging $5 upon entrance to the parents. And as you can see here, within the first 3 months, we are now going to launch. So we're going to build the second version of the platform. And after that, by successfully implementing our strategy, we plan on breaking even within the 6th month. And during the 9 months, we plan on making around 35,000 USD as revenue. Yes, and allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ruth Kabede. I have a degree in computer science and over 3 years of experience in the field of IT.
And my name is Leah Daniel. I have a 5 years experience in the creative industry. And we're asking for $10,000 investment to deploy the next version of our platform. And we urge you to join us in making the future of education for our children, brightening up the future of education for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Edit. Questions?
Thank you so much. That was good representation. I'm just curious, you are only targeting the parents, because I think there's another revenue streams in terms of schools as well, because I think that's an opportunity all worth exploring. Or another question could also be coming from, who are your competitors? Because who else is in the space of education providing such platform?
Okay, thank you for that. So we're also exploring the avenue of working with schools. And like we said, we have tasted it on 2 different schools in Addis Ababa. And there's also 1 additional school that we are partnering up with to also pilot when we start on September. And for the second question, yes. So there are different companies that offer extracurricular activities, but it usually evolves around the IT field. So there are different companies that teach kids how to code, but we haven't come across, in Ethiopia at least, ones that provide services like this.
Thank you for the presentation. Fantastic. I just have one question. So the addressable market of X number of children, how many of those have access to a computer, to the internet? That.
Okay. So out of the 90 million kids in Ethiopia, when we are piloting, we're piloting with in Addis Ababa, which is around 1.5 million children. But out of those 1.5 million children, we're also, for piloting, we're targeting like private school students as well as public school students, which we saw from our research that they have access to the technologies that can enable them to use these platforms. Even some of the schools actually force them to have some type of like device where they can learn different curriculum-based education through the platforms. So just for deploying, just as piloting, we're using that, and we're going to expand when we expand our markets.
How?
Sorry?
How do we not leave out? So the problem statement is very clear. Like, we have to train these kids for the future, digital skills and all that.
Yes.
But if we start with a very exclusive solution, how do we make the net bigger? How does this solution match the problem?
So how we made the start, the entry point is from a business perspective, meaning that once we launched and once we have that platform up and running, we are going to expand it with the offline events as well as with mobile apps, which everybody uses as like smartphones, so that they can access it through their parents' devices, even if they don't have their devices themselves. So the entry to the market is just to taste it, how it will stand, and also to taste the brand of the platform itself. But as we expand and as we launch, we're going to launch it with mobile apps and with the offline events as well, so that all of them can be part of this platform.
Right, one final question.
So I'm going to piggyback again on Ben's question. So if we're going to start out with, we have an addressable market of 19 million children, and how many of them actually have the device, and then how many of them can actually afford the data to be able to do this? That's if you could expand on that. And then my second question was, what's the age group for where children are onboarded onto the system? What age group are you targeting? Thanks.
So maybe I can take the age group. So the age group that we're targeting is from 7 to 14 primary school students right now. So even the questions are curated for primary schools and based on the curriculum of Ethiopia of the primary education. And the second question is based on the data, that's where the next version of the platform comes. Only data is needed to actually update the leaderboard, but the rest of the platform is going to be offline use where they can use it without the necessity of data. And second, we also want to emphasize on the offline events as well, because not all the skills are going to be taught online. Face-to-face interaction is extremely important, especially for education within kids. So we also want to expand on that as well.
Yes, thank you very much. Team Edit. Round of applause for Team Edit. Okay. We're doing great on time. Thank you. Right. To the stage, I would like to welcome Team Ufahari.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Ufahari. What's with the timer? I think there is a... Okay, so by a show of hands, how many of you know what a jua kali is? Okay, so almost half the room. For those who do not know, a jua kali is a small-scale artisan who makes things using his hands. Most of the things you'll see in a typical Kenyan home are made by the jua kali. So things like chairs, tables, wooden cabinets, even the doors and the windows, they are made by the jua kali. There are millions of them spread across Kenya. There are three things that characterize the jua kali in Kenya. First, they usually work using their own hands, so there is very little machinery involved in what they do. Two, they usually work for extremely long hours, almost every day in their lives. And three, they usually work under the open sun. Despite all these things that they do, despite all their efforts, most of them live below the poverty line. Most of them struggle to make ends meet. This is a significant problem that we noted through our survey that the majority of them, I think over 82% of them, have this problem, low income and living below the poverty line. And this issue is exemplified by what my childhood friend, Mr. Juma, is passing through. He's a jua kali in the east of Nairobi, and he's a father of one. The pain you see in his eyes when he talks about how difficult it is for him to feed his family, it's extremely heartbreaking. Now you can imagine how much more difficult it is for other jua kalis with larger families to feed them. Now, how many Jumas are there? How many jua kalis are there in Kenya? Well, there are 2.47 million jua kalis across Kenya, and in Nairobi, where we'll be piloting our solution, there are 700,000 jua kalis. So this is a huge problem. It is also a growing problem because over 400,000 young Kenyan men and women are joining the vicious cycle of poverty, that is the jua kali industry, every year. Something clearly needs to be done to change this situation.
During our research, we discovered that the poverty among the jua kali is caused by limited access to finance and market. And so we curated a solution that directly addresses these issues. Introducing Ufahari Manufacturing Hub, where we remove all the financial barriers for artisans to practice their skills, enhance their craftsmanship, and live up to their full potential. Our hub is underpinned by 4 key components. That is the space, machinery, business support, and partnerships. By providing space and machinery at an affordable monthly rate, we ensure that these struggling artisans don't have to raise thousands of dollars to acquire their own. By providing business support, such as marketing services, we address the issue of limited markets head-on. But our highlight is the partnerships we are creating with construction companies to ensure a consistent flow of business for artisans in the woodwork and metalwork space. This is the value we are offering to every member of our hub. Member, you might ask, let me tell you about membership. We have three key packages: bronze, silver, and gold. All packages offer you access to machine and space. Silver is a little bit more expensive because we offer additional marketing services, and also a chance to get into gold. In gold is where we want every artisan to be, because these are the artisans who will be servicing the contracts we get from the construction companies. Moving from silver to gold is purely on merit basis. Our goal at Ufahari is to transform the life of every artisan who goes through Ufahari to enjoy financial freedom while still maintaining their independence.
You've seen our vision, you've heard what we want to do. But let me tell you what we've done so far. We have 15 artisans on our wait list, ready for when we start. We have partnered with the government through MSCA to secure our space at Kariobangi, Nairobi. We have signed MOUs with 2 construction companies, 2 suppliers, and an IT firm. Our revenue streams include the subscriptions, construction projects, and commission on sales. Based on our numbers, we're able to break even in Q2. We have a team of rock stars to bring this dream to reality. We have Samuel Ligogo, an engineer and designer with over 4 years experience working directly with the artisans in the construction projects. We have over 7 years marketing experience, creating and closing leads in Colin Okado. And we have over half a decade of experience in management in JM Karaoke.
We are asking you today to back this dynamic team with $10,000 so that we can set up our pilot hub. The success of this pilot hub will ensure that artisans like Juma live a much more comfortable life than they are living right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Ufahari. Judges, questions? Quick question. So this Juma, your friend,
yes,
you said he can't get out of poverty. Right?
Yes.
The poverty line is about $2 a day or $1 a day income.
Something like that.
So you charging $25 for subscription means he's basically giving you all his money.
Yeah, so per month, it's about the average from the 280 that we are interviewing. The average that they're earning is about $260. So that's about 20%. And
$160 gross or net?
It's net.
Net of their business before their living expenses, yes?
Yes.
So how much do you think in terms of disposable income do they have to pay for a subscription?
So based on the value you're offering, what you think we are doing, we are offering a value or something that is too good for them to refuse, a deal that is too good for them to refuse. Because in addition to the space, typically for them to open up like a workshop, you'll need something like $1,000, $1,200, $1,300. That is just a very basic low-level workshop. What we are doing here is that we are removing that need by asking them for just $25. And they don't need to pay it upfront. They can pay it after the month ends, and they see the value of what you're offering.
So you're contradicting yourself. You say these guys work with their hands in the open.
Yes.
So where's the $1,000 coming from?
So this is what they do. They are employees of other people.
Uh-huh.
And they want to grow out of that.
So we're saying we're going to make them self-employed.
Yes.
Okay, so that they don't
It's
have
their
to work
wish.
for this person.
Yes, it's their wish.
So where are they going to get $25 to pay?
As I said, typically, on average, they earn about $160. So like we're thinking like from that they can earn and they can pay.
Basically, my point is you need to think about the pricing around your product, especially for the target market. Okay. There might be a question mark there.
But among the 30 we expressed, we told our solution about half of them are already willing to pay for the bronze because they see the opportunity we are presenting to them. This is not just space and machinery. It's an opportunity for growth. So I think that's why they see the value in what we are providing. The construction companies, the construction sector in Kenya is a 6.7 billion sector, and they don't have that capacity to go there individually. So if you bring a collaborative environment for them and create an ecosystem for them to tap into that industry, that is where the value is.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hi. Can you go back to the slide where you're showing the subscription packages? Okay. I don't understand the difference between silver and gold. Can you... I know one of you said it was merit-based, but it's just not clear how that works.
Okay, so you can either pay bronze, silver, or gold. When you upgrade and pay to silver, you get space, machinery, and also marketing services for the products you produce in our hub. So for you to move from silver to gold, we have a list of deliverables you have to meet in the quality of products you produce so that we can upgrade you now to the gold, because these are the people who will be servicing the contracts we get from the construction companies. And the reason it's merit-based is because our name is also on the line, because we are the ones approaching the construction companies, not the artisan. So we need to ensure that our name is protected. That's why it's merit-based. And they'll also have the liberty to make their own products when we don't have any projects ongoing. But the difference is that now the contracts we get from the construction companies, it is only the gold who will service them.
Thank you very much, Team Ufahari. A round of applause. That's the time we had. Thank you. All right. Welcoming to the stage, Team WAD, Team WAD. Next knee, before back knee. It's okay, you can use the same, yeah. You can use the same.
2 weeks ago, I went for a medical checkup, and I was prescribed 3 medicines. It took me up to 3 hours to get all the medicines. The reason was I couldn't find a pharmacy that has all three medicines. So I had to jump from one pharmacy to another. One pharmacy could be having one medicine, another one couldn't have any at all. So we wanted to understand, why do people like me, patients, have to go through this hassle? So we learned that only retail pharmacies are allowed to sell medicine to patients. And these same retailers get their stocks from wholesale pharmacies. And we found that there is a huge gap between these two, the retail and the wholesale. For example, because the way the operation are still done manually, so a retail could take up to 2 days to fill their stocks. For the first day, they have to go through wholesalers, looking who is selling this medicine, at what price are they selling it, and everything. So they come back, they do the analysis, and then the following day, they can go purchase the stock. And that affects me as a patient, because during that process, I can't get served. The pharmaceutical industry is a huge market. For example, in the year of 2021, Africa only imported medicine worth of 18 billion US dollars. East African community imported medicine worth of 2 billion US dollars. And Rwanda imported medicine worth of 115 million. This is a market that is growing on the pace of 1.9% year over year. So William, what are we going to do about this?
Let me present to you Word Farmer. Word Farmer is an online platform which is going to act as central hub connecting retailers to wholesaler pharmacies. So these retailer pharmacies can now send their requisition just from the platform and send to wholesalers. The wholesalers can reply with the pro forma. And the process, which was taking 1 to 2 days, because it was manual and paper and pen-based, it can now be shortened to under 30 minutes. This will not only shorten the time, but it can also decrease the money they spend, because we will be charging subscription fees from the retailers who will be giving 30,000 per month, and according to the market, now they usually use about 90 to 150,000. Actually, this is one third of what they currently use. So the second revenue model is we will be charging delivery fees, and we will charge just 1,000 per order. And this is 50% cheaper than the current prices on the market. And we will charge commission fees from the wholesalers of 1.5 per order. So you might wonder, when we went to the market, we have been able to sign MOUs with 8 retailer pharmacies who want to use the service as we go to pilot phase, and the product development now is at 25%, and it's just under 3 weeks, so we are progressing. For the financials, as you can see, these green here showcase the total revenue, while the red represent the expenses. And the reason why the quarter one, it will be our piloting phase. So we will start charging money from the quarter two. Thank you so much. Let me hand over to Didier to present about the team.
Meet the rock stars behind World Pharma. Here is Dr. William Gisgonayo, who is a medical doctor and our current CEO. We have Frank Noari, who will be in charge of our operations, and he's a pharmacist. I'm Didier Usanase, I'm a software engineer, and I'll take care of the technical part. We are asking 10,000 to help us conduct this project so that we can help optimize access to medication by affordability, availability, and affordability, so that patients can no longer waste their precious thing they have on earth, which is time, while accessing the medication. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Wad. Welcoming questions from the judges.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have 2 quick questions. So you say the problem statement is I go to the pharmacy doesn't have the medicine. And then I go home and I don't get the medicine that I'm looking for. So why isn't the solution a way to tell me which pharmacy has the drug, as opposed to focusing on the pharmacy and the wholesaler?
Okay, so our long plan is to now link that patient with that pharmacy that has that same medicine. But we can do that if even that retail pharmacy do not have that medicine. So that's why we started from the back.
Okay, so why do you think the pharmacy does not have the drug?
Okay. The issue around here is these retailers, it is hard for them to renew their stock. So if they have a stock out, they see it. But if to get the new stock, they have to go out there to ask for prices, because medicine changes prices on every daily basis. And they will go to wholesalers, and it takes longer to renew their stock. And in this time frame, you will not get those medicine. And they just bring few medicine so that they avoid expiration, which is why they actually do renew of the stock, like 2 in just 1 week. They have to renew their stock like twice. And the reason why we started with the wholesaler to retailers, it's because if these retailers, they don't have the medicine, then the patient, that's why it starts struggling, going from one pharmacy to another to another.
Okay, so quick follow-up. So the retail pharmacy, basically drugs are controlled, so not anyone can be wholesaling drugs, right? So do you think the wholesalers are unaware of who the retailers are, or the retailers are unaware of who the wholesalers are? Is there, do you think that they don't know one another? If they do know one another, do you think they have the WhatsApp contact of the other person on the other side? And can they just WhatsApp them their order?
We currently have 796 retail pharmacies that are registered by Rwanda FDA. And we have over than, I think it's 157 wholesale pharmacies that operate also in Rwanda. So when a retailer is going to renew their stock, they don't know who the wholesaler to consult because of their cost, their availability, they don't know who, so they have to understand who has this medicine and at what cost are they selling it. So that whole process of looking that information, and then because, as he said, this is medicine's price change on a daily basis. So they can't sit back and know that like this one has it, I know. So they have to go check up every day. Sorry? Pharmacists have WhatsApp. No. Pharmacist. Every pharmacy has to have a pharmacist. So there is a WhatsApp for pharmacists.
Basically, I'm asking you is if I can use WhatsApp to query the price, then do I need your platform?
There is no WhatsApp group for.
So what you're asking is the way we found on the market is being done. If they pass through WhatsApp, is they just have to write. Then if you want like 200 medicine, you send to 5 wholesalers. It will still be over 1 day to 2 days for them to reply back because they will have to narrow down in the list, showcasing 200 medicine, how many of them do they have, at what price are they selling it, and they give you back. And for you now to analyze this data from different perspective, you will have to sit down and analyze who has this at a cheaper price so that you can order afterwards, after knowing what is the current market. The problem actually is because it changes with time. If the prices were not changing, it cannot be a problem. All right.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Coach Ben. I think you took all the time, so next round. Right, thank you very much, Team Wad. Yes, well done. Great, thank you. I would like to welcome to the floor a new team, Team Eco Crops. Eco Crop.
So, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you had a cup of coffee today? By show of hands. 2 cups? 3? Well, you are part of the reason why the planet is dying. Because the carbon emissions from that 1 cup of coffee are equal to driving 2 kilometers in a gasoline fuel car. Yes, you had that right. That means that you are part of the reason why we have drought and famine. You're part of the reason why we have water shortage, we have food shortage, and all the other adverse effects of climate change we experience on a day-to-day. Well, you are not the only reason. Every day, 2 billion cups of coffee are consumed around the globe. The resulting effect is that 2% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from coffee alone. You heard that right. So now, the coffee market is so big. In the world, it's a $112 billion industry. In Africa, 7.2 billion, and in Kenya, 62 million. This industry is expected to triple by the year 2050. The demand for coffee is on the rise on a daily.
Our solution as EcoCrop is to reduce the carbon footprint in the coffee value chain. Let me take you through the coffee value chain. We have the farm, processing, and logistics. We've calculated the percentage of emissions at each stage. And as you can see, the highest emission is on the farm, which is 55%. And this is where we'll begin. Later on, we will be able to tackle the rest of the value chain. We are developing a low-carbon farming methodology. We will be working with Kenyan coffee farmers to not only help them farm sustainably and use organic inputs, we will be also leveraging technology to lower the carbon footprint of coffee at the farm stage. Our other intervention is lowering the methane emission which comes from the rotting of the coffee cherry. we will be reusing the coffee fruit, the coffee cherry, to make edible products. Yes, you had it right. It is indeed edible. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you our Zahara brand, unique, traceable, low-carbon coffee and its byproduct, coming soon to the shelves near you.
And this is how we make money. One, we'll be able to sell our low-carbon premium products. The coffee itself, the coffee fruit flour, and the cascara tea that also comes from the byproduct. And we estimate that 70% of our revenue will come from these. It will be on a premium because of its advantage. But I want to draw your attention on the last revenue source. Because by using eco-crop farming methodology, we empower the farmers and ourselves to be viable for carbon financing, thereby being able to cut up into the carbon credits market. It is a market on the rise, and currently, we anticipate we can be able to get up to 30% of our revenue from there. But the market is increasing. So far, we've gone out and we've sold our dream, and we've been able to get pre-orders totaling to $164, which is 12.5 kilos of coffee. At the same time, we have had meaningful partnerships with the likes of Soil and More and Fairchain Foundation, experts in the coffee value chain with over 35 years of experience who are helping us to develop the methodology. And because traceability and technology is key to us, we have these two tech companies here helping us to develop the technology. We are also partnering with a coffee cooperative where we are implementing this in Kenya. This is how our future looks like. We'll continue to sell our premium products in Q2, Q3, and Q4. We expect to break even in the Q3 of this year. But I want to draw your attention to the first quarter of 2024 because that's when we anticipate to be able to get our first funding on the carbon financing in the project that we already have. This is the team that is making it happen. Florence, an international relations expert. Lillian, a climate advocate and an advocate of the High Court in Kenya. I'm a coffee farmer, tech and business background. We've also been able to outsource two more key skills. One is a carbon verifier and expert who is honestly, and also an agronomist who is called Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you have your cup of coffee, we want it to have lesser emissions. And this is why we're asking for $10,000. And 62% of it will go into the measurement equipment because our whole focus is to lower the carbon value chain, the carbon footprint in the coffee value chain. The second one is on developing the methodology because we want to be the blueprint of how to grow low carbon coffee in East Africa, which has the best coffee. And 14% of it will go into the operations. If we perfect this in coffee, we can take it to the other agricultural value chain, which contribute to 13% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you so much. We are EcoCrop and we are brewing a greener future.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
You made me very guilty for drinking coffee.
We are happy.
My question is really around who you are wait, I understand the environmental, yes. But who is the person most affected in terms of the pain point? Are you guys, who are you solving for? Because in the beginning, I thought it was, you were helping farmers, yeah. Conscientizing them, yes. Maybe, I don't know.
Yes.
But in the end, I think you are retailing, so I'm not 100% sure exactly how you are approaching this problem.
It's a dual solution because, one, by being able to work with the farmers, we're looking at sustainable farming and use of organic inputs. That by itself increases the yields. And on the consumer side, we know that we may not be able to tackle the whole coffee market because it's a developed market and there are already players that are in that field. So even if we may be able to retail, we can never be able to retail all of it. But the methodology can be able to be reused by cooperatives and farmers to be implemented. On the other side, at the moment, we already have the carbon taxonomy, and especially with the places like EU. And most of our coffee is actually exported, where we are being required to be able to account for the emissions in everything we are producing. So this solution also would fit in them because they would have a bit of traceability. And a key part for it is we are also going to get that certification through Carbon Trust that this is indeed low carbon. So on the farm side, yes, it has that benefit that the farmer not only lowers the emission, but also increases their produce. On the market side, whether we are the ones selling or even it's taken by the exporters, they also get the benefit that their produce can get into the market that are already regulating with the with the carbon regulations.
And just to be clear, you're going to start with the farmers?
Yes, yes. The start point is the farmers. The entry point is the 55%, which is on the farm.
Okay. When I hear low carbon coffee, I hear kind of low quality also. So what kind of guarantee are you going to give me that low carbon coffee is going to taste as good or better than regular, the guilty coffee? And then my second question is, how prevalent is Cascara tea? I mean, I know we have it in Ethiopia, but it's, I'm just curious in what sort of marketing are you doing, and how are you going to be introducing it, and how prevalent is it in where you're planning to sell it? Thanks.
I'll take the first question, then someone can take the second one. So on the first question, it would actually take us back to the original coffee, which actually came from Ethiopia, and it actually grew in the wild. It was natural in its state. We didn't till. So the land was its natural state, already sequestering carbon in it over the shade, which is what is reintroduced by sustainable farming and also use of organic inputs, because we didn't used to use fertilizers those days, and the coffee had its best taste with that. But with the evolution of the market and the demand increase, we started growing it in the open air under the sun. Yes, we are able to produce more, but we are also we lost some of the quality that we had in the beginning. So I can assure you maybe you'll have a better taste like the original taste with leaving the guilty coffee. Maybe the new one should actually be as better as the original coffee. So I'll pass the question, which was on the Cascara.
Yeah, right now, Cascara is still being consumed in other countries like the Asian countries and the Arabic countries. So there is market there where we're going to be exporting to Arabic and Asian market. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Team Eco Crop. That's the time we had. A bigger round of applause, please. We're heading to the end of the evening tonight. So, yes, let's get that last bit of energy. All right. So, all right, the next team is already ready. They're eager. Okay, welcoming to the stage, Team Optima-X.
How many of you had a meal today and are almost certain of having a meal tomorrow, by a show of hands? Out of that number, how many of you produce your own food? There is a food crisis in Africa where there is over-reliance on specific food zones to feed an entirely growing population. Take Kenya, for example. The population is increasing at a rate of 2% per annum. That's 1.1 million people that need to be fed and housed every year. This demand in infrastructure is encroaching on farmlands, reducing the yield and causing a spike in food insecurity. Take Kiambu County, for example. In just 23 years, 48% of Kiambu's farmland, represented by red in the map, has been replaced by infrastructure, represented by yellow in the map. What will this look like in another 20 years? The Daily Nation published on Tuesday that food prices in Kenya were going to go up for the third time again this year, with over 5.4 million currently starving and over 1.2 million in emergency food crisis. Unfortunately, Kenya only has 17% of productive agricultural land. What we need are sustainable urbanization solutions that allow cities to thrive without compromising on food security. Africa is projected to be a $1 trillion food market by 2030. In Kenya, we have an addressable market of over 1.8 billion, and in Kiambu, over 118 million. With Kiambu being our target market, it has over 304,000 small-scale farmers and over 790,000 households that can learn to grow their own food. As residents of Kiambu County, and also as small-scale farmers ourselves, we challenged ourselves to find a solution that could maximize the yield of the currently available and limited space by over 10 times. We asked ourselves, how can we redefine cultivation area to include both outdoor spaces and enclosed spaces to increase the capacity of both the kitchen gardener and the small-scale farmer? Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to our two products, the V-Farm 50, which can support up to 50 plants, and the H-Farm, which can support up to 80 plants in less than 1 square meter of space. What this means is that we can produce in just 42 square meters of space what an average farmer would produce in over 1 acre of land. We custom built and designed these systems ourselves, reducing the initial cost by over 78%. Our systems are also able to reduce resource usage of water, fertilizer, and labor. We plan to make money through the sale of our V-Farm, which is going at $82, and the H-Farm, which is going at $132, making a markup of between 80 to 100%. We also have value-add subscriptions for seeds, nutrients, and mediums, and we are planning in future to sell produce from our demo farm. Take it over, George.
So thank you, Winnie, for that. So I'm here to bring you to Mark, where we are currently on our journey. As you can see, this is actually 3 weeks ago. We were deploying our prototypes in a farm. As you can see myself, we're actually giving farming a swag, no more gumboots and heavy clothing. So we went to the market with our prototypes, and we engaged 42 farmers and 46 signups. And actually, we got a staggering 743 pre-orders, translating this into over 60,000 US dollars. So over and above that, we are also in consultations with partnerships. We have 12 agro shops which are willing to onboard our products, as well as we're in conversation with one of our key NGOs, which has over 120 shops across Kenya. So from our financial projections, in our first year, we were projecting to have over 260,000 in terms of revenue. This is by selling over 1,000 units. And as you could tell from our pre-orders, actually it's more like we have already achieved 70% of that mark, even without landing the market. So by the second year, we are planning to be in at least 5 counties. By the third year, we are planning to be in at least 15 counties in Kenya, generating revenues of over $2 million. Our venture also has a positive impact to the communities. So you'd ask, why is this the right team to actually pursue this? My co-founder, Winnie, has extensive experience in project management. Myself, I have extensive experience in business management as well as an entrepreneur. We have an agronomist and we have a hydroponics expert as our advisors. So as you have seen, we have a runway. So we are here to ask for $10,000. Number one, so that we can be able to meet our pre-orders through product development and also refining our prototype. Number two, so that we can be able to acquire customers. And number three, so that we can be able to set up our demo farm. As Winnie alluded when she was opening, she mentioned 5.4 million Kenyans currently are starving. With Optima-X, we want to change this narrative to ensure that no Kenyan will be starving going forward, so that at least each and every Kenyan will have a choice to make, or rather to access and afford a meal a day. So with Optima-X, we want to leave you with this quote: if we can conquer space, we can conquer hunger. Thank you.
Well done. Judges?
Can I take one back in my suitcase? That's my first question.
We are getting there, actually, because as we go along, we are hoping to have stackable systems as we continue to refine in such a way that we can be able to package it in a very small box, and actually you can be able to do it by yourselves. And one of our key competitive advantage actually in the market is our systems are not as sophisticated as compared to our competitors. So actually it's going to be more of a do-it-yourself as we progress.
Okay, and seriously, my more serious question is, Can I do it like on an apartment balcony, or would I need to do it in a backyard as your picture showed?
As we had mentioned, our products occupy less than 1 square meter of space. That's basically one of the big tiles. So you can fit this in your balcony area, in your backyard. That's why we are now trying to engage kitchen gardeners, because if we allow more people to produce food in urban areas, in their balconies, we are allowing urbanization to coexist with food security and food production. Yeah.
This is beautiful. And well done.
Thank you.
I do want to ask about your use of funds, though. If you can just go back to that slide. The demo farm seems to have a disproportionate kind of, focus. And I'm thinking that you probably want to get this thing with your pre-orders and all the opportunity. You probably want to get this product into people's hands, no?
Maybe just to give a dive. One of the reasons as to why probably you see the demo farm taking a lot of the resources is because you find for us, most of our farmers actually, we were stunned by the pre-orders that actually we got. And it was to a point whereby the guys really wanted to come to our demo farm to see the systems, how the systems are actually working. So that is why you find for us, we need to hit the ground running once we have our demo farm running, so that at least we can have, we can be able to showcase maybe our prototypes as well as how you can be able to grow, because we are going to be taking the farmer through the whole, from acquisition to planting, the whole process.
I can see the passion in it. But I'm assuming this demo farm, because your solution is a small thing, you're not looking at it's a big farm. What are we looking at? Aren't you trying to show us that actually you don't need that much space?
Initially, if you can see from our pre-orders, we got a lot of orders from the commercial farmers. And there are individual farmers who are willing to purchase, but they want to learn how to use the system. They want to get the first produce, and then they can order more. So our demo farm, we are going to use it mostly to try cropping different crops, because we have farmers who have different crops, just to show them that you can grow almost all the kind of crops that they're currently growing.
And sorry to add on that as well, we are looking at sustainability in terms of the kitchen garden farmers. You see, for most of these, they want to be able to feed their families, and they are looking to a point whereby you're looking at vegetables more, what they normally use on a daily basis, but also for the commercial farmers, they're looking at those plants which actually they're commercially viable in terms of, bringing in income, things like strawberries, things like cherry tomatoes. So this is why we need, by the time you're hitting the ground, we need to have all this showcasing, so that at least by the time you're coming to purchase the systems in our shop, we can also be able to showcase you, or rather take you through the whole process. Thank you.
One more question. Quick question. Yeah. Competition. Your thing is simple. It looks like it can be copied by anybody. How do you survive past year 2?
Maybe the first thing that would say, this thing we have actually manufactured this by ourselves. We have actually designed this by ourselves, and the reason as to why we were able to do this, because the competition that we have in Kenya, most of these people actually import these products, and the people who have tried to make for them, they have tried to manufacture themselves. They've never gotten the metrics right. That is why we have managed to actually bring the cost down to over 78%.
Thank you very much. I think that's the time we had. Big round of applause for Team Optima-X. Remember to leave your contacts with the judges and the investors in the room. So we've come to the final pitch of the evening. I'd like to welcome to the stage Team Yenda.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to Kigali, the cleanest city in Africa and very beautiful, but with a massive transportation problem. We are talking about, I'll tell you a short story. My father used to go to work cycling every day, but in 2011, he was forced to retire just because he was getting older and he could no longer pedal for more than 1 hour to get to work and could not afford a house nearby where he worked. So the other option he had was to only take a motor taxi. Taking a motor would cost him over 90% of what he earned. So he had to find something else to do. It's sad that after 12 years, the transportation problem in Kigali is still a massive problem for a lot of people. Kigali is a city of over 1.7 million people and almost 500,000 households. Out of all these households, only a few of them have their own private vehicles to move around, which means that over 80% of the Kigali population can only rely on public transportation. The public transportation we're talking about, it's a system that offers you a binary choice, and you always have to make a sacrifice. You either choose time or you choose money. If you opt for a bus, you're going to spend all your day in the road, but it's affordable. If you take the motorcycle, it's very convenient in terms of time, but you're going to pay up to at least five times more what you could pay on the bus.
Let's visualize the numbers. From 1.7 million people who live in Kigali, 1.3 million people only rely on public transport. Let's narrow this. The 400K people are the most influenced people from this category. Who are these people? Young with middle income families who doesn't even imagine to get a car. But however broke they are, they contribute $110 million for the transportation industry only in Kigali. That's why we have seen them. And we tried to bring a solution that will create a transportation method which is affordable and convenient by using electricity. We introduce you micromobility by Yenda, which includes different type of bikes which a person can use at any point, at any time. How are they using this platform? We introduce you the app they can use by downloading on their phones. When they get up, they can get the app running, then they locate their bikes, here they go. When they finish their journey, they will just place it to our docking stations and they can go to their work. That's much easier.
So how are we going to serve these people? There are many, aren't they? So we are starting with the most underserved people, like students. Already, there's a school called ALE is interested in our solution. We want to put our fast docking station there so we can serve their students. And hotels like Marriott, Parking, City Blue, they want to add this as a mobility solution to their clients who want to move around the city. If we can unlock the private sharing part of this project, we can then go ahead and unlock the public part of it. Already, we brought the ample bikes of ours. We brought a scooter and an electric bike which can move around. Kigali is a hilly country, and you cannot pedal if you are up, or if you're running up. But our new Yenda bike can do that using electric power, which is very convenient. So this is how you're going to make money. In the first quarter, you're not going to make any money because we don't have a fleet. But in the second quarter, we shall start with a fleet of 50 bikes, which will be able to unlock 23K of revenue in 1 quarter at the minimum capacity of riding. I'm speaking when we are only considering 10 rides per day. By the 4th quarter, we shall unlock a 3-figure revenue of 108K revenues. So next, who are we to do this? My name is Faraja. I have experience in software and take care of the software part of the project. His name is Jonas. He's going to take care of the hardware part of the project. And Clément is a good salesperson. He can sell anything except people. So we are going to ask you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing here asking for $10,000. We are going to spend this in the research, more research and development for the product, and 3.5K will be spent in validating the solution and making sure that it's the best fit on the market. Join us today. Let's help these hustlers to move from point A to B without having to sacrifice all their savings.
Fantastic. I was hoping that part of the thing someone would ride here, but anyway, we'll just have to believe that they work. So my question is, when you have a docking system, you need supply on both ends. So with 50 bikes, even if you dock them all at ALU, when those trips end, those bikes will be in 50 different places. So how do you plan to get them back? And how does the next guy start his trip? And then also, it's not very clear what the commercial model is. Like, are you charging per kilometer? Is there a subscription fee? Do I need to pay a service? What happens if it breaks down in the middle of the road on my way to where I was going? If I was going on a date, I'll just leave it there and jump on a moto. So there's just a few challenges that I think you need to clarify as we...
Yeah, thanks for the question. First of all, they work. They work. You can be rest assured they work. Second of all, in terms of docking stations, we've done the research at ALU. ALU is a little bit farther from the city, and they don't have a campus. So the students are, like, they have to go to the campus, and they have this problem of commuting. So what happens, we did the research, and we found that some centers where mostly the students have their residence. So we'll be putting a docking station around the place where they have, like, the closest walking distance to the docking station. And in ALU, what they have, there's like people start at 8, at 11, at 1, and these people are always moving around. So there are people are going and people are coming back. It's not like people are going from work to their residence, and people are living in different spaces. So if we have a docking station, we're not putting all the bikes at the docking station because we believe there is a supply and demand for bikes. So we are distributing our bikes to the place where people need them. And actually, when you look at the mobility, micromobility solutions which worked in other countries, it's actually an effective way of people moving around. Because if a motor guy is moving to come to pick you, he will be moving without a person. But for us, we are only working on efficiency. The bike is only being used when it's being used. And also in terms of pricing, we will pay as you go. If you use, for instance, an average ride or commute is 30 minutes. So when you take a bus, it's 300 francs or 1.30 cents in dollars. And for us, we are pricing on time so that people can free up the time for other people to ride. And if we are giving you more time, you can do more kilometers. So it's pay as you go. Yeah. So in terms of maintenance, we are the business people, and we are actually, when we went to the street, people want to buy this, but we're not selling. We're actually renting or sharing. People, you use them and we leave it to us. So as soon as we start, we have a garage of ourselves so that we can maintain our fleet. And in the long run, the 50 fleet is just small. It's just small. Imagine we want to serve 400K people, but that fleet also is very big. We cannot serve them at once. So we want to unlock the opportunities of private sharing first, and this will give us a better position of serving more people effectively. Yeah.
Great, great presentation. Sipo thought you were going to give us bikes, but yeah, we had to tell him that wasn't happening, right? So.
Yeah, only renting.
Only renting. I'm assuming you have competition because I've seen bikes around town. So tell me about your competition.
Yeah, I can talk about it. Okay, this.
Mostly, there are bikes, which are motorbikes, in the city, which are expensive to buy at first. Then they need more money to move you from one place to another. The others one are, sorry?
Bicycles around town, so talk to me about
the bicycles
your real
are
competition.
called Guaro rides, and they have been functional for 3 years, but they are not functional at all. You can go to their docking stations. It's not based on technology. If you take it from that place, you have to return it to that place. You have to give them your ID so that you can take the bikes and other processes too.
Okay, if I talk about it a little bit, I think it was one of our motivations. We did a little bit research about them, and their bikes are not fit on the market because people don't want to pedal. Like if you're going to work, you don't have a shower at work so that when you pedal and sweat, you get to work and shower. So people don't want to pedal, that's one. And Kigali is a hilly country, I think you have seen it. So our electric bikes are very powered. If you don't want to pedal, we don't bother you. Just, hop on and go. So that's how we make the difference.
Thank you very much. I think that's the time we had. Thank you very much, Team Yenda. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll catch a little demo in the parking lot. Or right now, as it seems. Let's see. Okay. Another big round of applause for the 8 teams that just completed their pitches. I think we can do better than that. Please, a big round of applause for the 8 teams. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, I want to ask another bigger round of applause for all the 17 teams. Simba Fellows, congratulations. This has been final demo day 3. And a big round of applause for the judges as well for taking us through the pitches, asking the tough questions. And I think at this moment, I would like to give them a moment to comment on the pictures they saw, the event, and everything in between. So I'll put somebody on the spot, if you allow me. Dr. Carmen, we haven't heard so much. Please, your final remarks for this evening. Thank you.
Oh, you just put me on spot. I participated in your last year demo day. I think what is impressive is to see the quality and what a team can accomplish within 3-4 weeks. This is very impressive. But also to see that I was teasing the pilots and then say it's good to see that those who are coming up with solutions are part of also the problem. I think that's something which we want to see, that those who are engaging in innovative ideas, they are part of also. Somehow they know what the problem is. It's not just developing innovative ideas for the sake of it. When we see doctors on the stage, farmers, those who are creating new ideas, it's rewarding to know that, and then also young people, and then a lot of women. I think this is really encouraging to see that we are seeing more women. And last but equally important, maybe I echo what all the judges here, it's also to see that some of the solutions coming up are really developed for our own problems. And then these are problems we see every single day, we experience, and the fact that some are even contemplating the idea of a climate change, looking far ahead, it's commendable. So congratulations to all the entrepreneurs, future entrepreneurs, and we look forward to seeing your solutions on the street of Kigali, pedaling, walking, or consuming your product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to go next? Yes, please, Ben.
Yeah, so mine is just to say congratulations to everyone who presented today. It's not a small feat. You came here a few months ago, and we were told you were not allowed to come with an idea. So it's impressive to see how far you've come. And the journey must go on, despite whatever outcome comes from today or this activity. I think the future of Africa really depends on Africans solving African problems and creating jobs for themselves and creating solutions for themselves. So I would like to encourage everyone to just keep the hustle, keep trying, keep innovating. Success is never a straight line. You'll always pivot. I'm sure you've pivoted multiple times. You've broken teams and made new teams, and don't expect it to stop. That's a journey of life. That's a journey of business. Just keep at it. I'm quite impressed with the quality of the presentations and everyone's delivery of their solution. So I just want to say, yeah, congratulations. Keep it up, and just keep working hard. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ben. Orete?
Really, congratulations to all the teams. When very impressive that this was something that all of you have come up with in a matter of weeks. But beyond that, loved the diversity of the teams. Loved not just that gender was considered here, but having all sorts of people on stage in all sorts of, with the girls in the scrubs and the bike coming up on stage and the presentations. I'm very, very impressed. I feel that we have a unicorn in our midst. There are solutions that I think that one of the things that we were told was, how many of these would you fund personally? I found several that I wish this was in Ethiopia, because I think I would put my own money in it. So congratulations to all the teams.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Orete. Sipo, thank you.
So firstly, I think just a wonderful privilege to be here. It's my first time at this particular event. And it is amazing, I think, what has been achieved. And I think I echo what Ben and the judges had to say. Firstly, congrats to the teams, for the work that they've done getting here. But we also know that there's the teams behind the teams, right? So congratulations to the JASIRI team for all the work. And lastly, I'm really positive about the outlook, for our countries and our continent, with some of the solutions, some of the problems that are being tackled. I would say to the entrepreneurs, please, please, please remain married to the problem. Your solution might not necessarily address the problem to the extent that you think it will. Entrepreneurship is really about continuing to tinker and continuing that innovation, challenge each other. It's good that it's teams, so you can challenge each other. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Sifo. Thank you very much, Orete, Ben, and Dr. Carmen. It's been really, indeed, an amazing, probably a historic moment if we witness one of the unicorns in this room. So, entrepreneurs, congratulations again. The journey starts now, as much as it was 3 months ago, but I'm sure the journey is still much, much longer in the future. So, I think at this moment I would like to invite our Regional Director, Aline Kawanda, to introduce our guest of honor today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kusa. I'm very pleased. I wish I could express, first of all, how proud and excited I am to have listened to your presentations, just the fire, the ambition, and so well done to all of you. My second excitement is to introduce Eugène. A couple of years ago, and one would ask, who are the top entrepreneurs in Rwanda? Who are the role models? Let me use the word role models. You would count them, and Eugène would be one of them. And so by him being here, Eugène, it's such a pleasure. It's such an honor, and I'm sure the entrepreneurs would learn a lot from you today. Now, let me tell you briefly about Eugène. He is a seasoned and experienced serial entrepreneur with a demonstrated history of working in the information technology, entertainment, and service industry. Eugène is the owner and CEO of Tele10 Group, a Rwandan corporate company that first initiated and provided access to a wide variety of TV channels, including sports, movies, news, entertainment, etc. Eugène is also the owner of Cleo, Lake Kivu Hotel, a beautiful 5-star resort situated in Karongi, Rwanda, among other ventures. But more recently, Eugène has shifted his focus to guide and support startups as a business angel and angel investor. He is a mentor to many entrepreneurs, and like I said, an inspiration to many. Eugène, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Aline. Thank you for inviting me to this beautiful event. A week ago, when she called me, I was right in the middle of nowhere in a place called Cabo Delgado. It's in Mozambique. You know, at my age, you may think that it's time to retire. An entrepreneur never retires. I'm so happy to be here tonight. It was so refreshing to see those young entrepreneurs, such committed judges or panelists, and the entire audience. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. I've been invited in kind of similar event, which was called Face the Gorillas. But that was more for comedy show. It was like, for those of you who knows The Apprentice from US, made by Donald Trump, the former president. That was what we're doing at KCC in Kigali. So this is different. I really like this concept. It's really promising. So the reason we are here tonight, I want to talk about my journey. Day to day, it's almost same date actually, 40 years ago. I was landing in Kinshasa, DRC, from school, West Africa. And between the airport and my home, my parents' home, there are 27 kilometers. So the number of cars which were broken along the road was so many. And immediately, I knew I had a chance to do business there in spare parts and maintenance. My mind was made immediately. I knew I was going to work for myself. A week after that, of course, my dad, he wanted me to first get a job, get a salary, which we did. I went to one of his friends, the school owner. I think you know the school business in Rwanda. So the gentleman in Kinshasa, he gave me an interview. He offered me a job. I was supposed to be an accountant, but the salary which was given to me was only $200 per month. Of course, which I refused. I knew my spare part business was about to start. So from there, within 2 years, actually, I had so much money selling parts to those broken cars, the garages in town. Everywhere I was moving around, not only Kinshasa, but even in provinces like Kasai, Katanga, Lubumbashi, I was selling spare parts. And I had no shops, by the way. I was just getting order, take the flight to Belgium, buy the parts, bring them to Kinshasa, and make my profit. And the least I made was 100% profit. 2 years later, I had launched a second venture, which was a rent-a-car business. So with the money I was making with the parts, I managed to buy 10 cars in Brussels, and I opened a company called Intercar in Kinshasa. So I was about to compete with big boys like Europcar, Avis, Hertz, but I was not worried about succeeding. I knew I was going to make it. And I made it, by the way. And 3-4 years later, the fleet jumped from 10 cars to 60 cars. Kinshasa was a really good place to make money, easy money. And with the money made from the rental car, I was in partnership with my father, so we bought shares in an Italian company which was based in Kinshasa, assembling pickup trucks, small car called Iveco. Iveco was an Italian firm. It is an Italian firm assembling Magirus, which is German trucks, and Iveco small pickups. So my life as an entrepreneur in Kinshasa ended brutally in 1991. So now from 1983 to 1991, it was 8 years only, I went bankrupt. How? 3 months before I went bankrupt, I was traveling to France to get married. So I had good money, cars, houses, everything was really, really going well. And the following day, I mean the day after my wedding, which was my honeymoon, I mean, well, the day well I got married, the following morning was Sunday. I saw on television from Brussels, Kinshasa was burning. So all the cars I was talking about were gone. The trucks, gone. The houses razed down. And I had only $2,000 in my pocket. So you can imagine, with $2,000 you have to pay your bill at the Hilton Brussels and get a ticket to come back to Africa, because there was no way, no plan for me to stay in Europe. And I talked to my said, you're probably so happy to get married tonight, but your man is broke now. So we went to Burundi. Come on, you know, it's your country, I guess. And I had one idea in my mind: no more hardware business. I changed completely from the hardware businesses, the houses, the warehouse, cars. I went into software business. It's not easy to destroy a software business, but hardware, you can go broke overnight. That's why I had that idea to set up a media company. But what I have to tell you, I never had a chance to get a red carpet to open my business either in Burundi or in Rwanda in 1994. First in Burundi, I tried to get a license. It's not easy. Everyone was saying, no, it can't work. What you're talking about, we have only one radio station, one TV station belonging to government. Forget about setting your own company here. And between 91 and 3, many things happened there. 2 presidents were killed. The first elected president, and the second one who died in Kigali. The plane which crashed in at the airport, there was a Burundian president. And by the way, that one was a schoolmate. So when people were running away, most of my friends were running to Canada, I decided to stay in Burundi. That was my only chance to get a license. You know, when everybody's running away, stay around. It's probably the right moment to get what you're looking for. So I got my license signed in 1993, and I found a way to bring some transmitters, TV transmitters from South Africa, to set up the first pay TV business, not only in Burundi, but in sub-Saharan Africa. I will tell you how. Sub-Saharan Africa. I had a chance that time to meet a small company in South Africa. That time it was called Mnet. I'm sure you've heard about Mnet as a TV station, but Mnet was a company. It was in printing business, by the way. So they were quite small compared to what they are today. So Mnet became MultiChoice, and through Mnet there was MTN, which is biggest telecom that you know. There's MWeb, which was internet, which went bankrupt. I think so. And so I was all around those guys, those big boys, trying to see how we can do business together in Africa. I made a big mistake. I never even took a chance to buy a share within Mnet. I was just a representative, an agent, but not a shareholder, because it grew up so big, up to China. They were one of the first investors in WeChat that you know in China, and the money they put in WeChat today is billions, hundreds of billions of money. So if I had maybe 5 shares or whatever, I'll be maybe as rich as Dangote today. So back to Rwanda. I crossed the border in 1994, July 94. Of course, the country was bankrupt. You know what happened here in 94. And there was no way to launch a business in media. You know, everything was closed down because of the RTLM, the well-known television, which was calling people for killings. But I managed to bring my transmitters by road from Burundi up to Kigali. So it took me like almost 1.5 years hiding my equipment in Kigali because I had no license to set up and run the business in Rwanda. I got a license to do it, but some of the guys actually around in Kigali that time, they didn't want me to do that business. So they were chasing around the place I was hiding my equipment. I waited until 96. I set up the transmitters just next door to the BRD building, which is around here. My antenna was there. The transmitters were there in that building. And I kept quiet for another 6 months until 97. When Lady Diana passed away, I knew that everybody was looking for an antenna to watch the funerals from London. And my business took off immediately. So I had in stock only 2,000 antennas, but they were sold within 2 or 3 days. So I kept now buying more and more and more. And then Tele10 is what you know today. We have been around for 30 years, doing quite good money. It has been one of the businesses which I set up, which is still making money today. But between now and then, how many businesses, you can't count how many businesses which I tried and failed. I can mention a few. I put money in the national lottery in Rwanda. I used to have 10% national lottery. We went bankrupt. I put money in an industrial bakery in Rwanda, huge. We were about to produce 100,000 loaves a day, went bankrupt. I invested in banks in Burundi, Finleys, which became later EcoBank. I don't know what's happened there, but between the time EcoBank came to Burundi and today, my shares went from 6% to almost 0.0. So the bank was sold through government arrangement with the EcoBank group, and we as the local investors were sold out actually. I was not even bought out by EcoBank. What else? So many failures. But some others surprisingly came up nicely. I invested in what I called corporate social responsibility in a coffee in the province, Western province, Rusizi. I brought together some survivors, genocide survivors there. I set up a small plant, a coffee washing station. From one, today they have 4, and we were one of the biggest coffee exporters to Japan. And what we sell to Japan is a specialty coffee, and they pay twice the price of London. Today, Japanese, they are paying $8 a kilo. So these guys are making good money. They are out of poverty, and that was a good surprise to me. I put money there just to be quiet, for these people to stop bothering me, but they are making good money. Actually, recently, a few years ago, when I was traveling to Japan, they paid my ticket. My ticket, my hotel in Tokyo was paid by the people which I helped to set up their business in Rusizi. So I talked about Rwanda and Burundi, but I went beyond the Great Lakes area. I invested in Côte d'Ivoire, Congo-Brazzaville, Benin. But as time was going on, I realized that it was impossible. As a standalone investor, I could not manage those businesses from Rwanda. I decided to do business in West Africa and focused on Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, and Uganda. In Uganda, it's again, my first love was rent-a-car business. I invested into Europe car. Actually, I had 3 countries with the Europe car. One in Burundi, another one in Kampala, and one here. But the one in Kigali went bankrupt because of so many informal taxi. There are so many informal business when it comes to transportation. So Europe could not survive. So we closed down the shop. The one in Burundi survived badly, but I ended up closing down the business. But the one in Uganda is a big business. So in a nutshell, what I want to share with you tonight is not to talk about my journey only, it's just to talk about lessons. As an entrepreneur, from day one after graduating up to today, what did I learn from that? And I didn't learn that from university. When I was at university, I did economics. And it was a vague concept. When you're at university, they talk about Keynes, Adam Smith, or Milton Friedman, Karl Marx. But landing in a place like Kinshasa, that's a different story. Those people, actually, they were joking, working about economics because it's newest. Everything is stable. A business, economic cycle is 25 years, even more over there. But here in Africa, economic cycle can be 1 year. So you have to learn how to adapt yourself, how to survive in such an environment. I'll give you an example. By the time I started my business in Kinshasa, and 1991, the dollar jumped from $1 to 5 Zaire money, 1 to 5, to 1 to 100 million. So you can imagine, how do you do your business when you have to count your money in local currency, then translate it into dollar? By the time you realize, or you finish your transaction, the Forex has changed completely. So this is something that we never learn from school. So I learned the hard way on ground in Kinshasa. So what I want to talk about here is resilience. You have to be resilient. You have to be stubborn. Your stubbornness has to be so deep until you almost cross the line of stupidity. So be resilient, be stubborn. Otherwise, you will never achieve your dream. Number two, which I never learned from university, is networking. Networking from your friends. I don't know how many of you actually know who is sitting next to him or to her, but that's very, very important, networking. And when I talk about networking, it comes to human relationship. It's the hardest thing to deal with in life, not only in business, but in life. How do you deal with your partner? How do you deal with even your wife, your kids? How do you deal with the government, people? How do you deal with the tax body? The human relationship is the hardest thing, and until today, I have no solution, guys. There is nothing I can talk about. Yeah. You have to deal with it until the day you die. It's very, very, very tough. For example, when I launched the Teledis business in Rwanda, I had 7 partners. But by the time I was hiding my transmitters around, one after one, they came to me, they said, give our money back. Your business doesn't look good, give our money back. So I lost all the people, actually, they were getting their money back. Actually, they put only $10,000 each, but I had to really struggle to get the money to let them go. And when the business took off, they came back quickly, said, can you take our money, please? Of course, I refused. You can't push a car which is moving. I needed them when I was struggling to start, but when the car was, when I was taking off, it was too late. I tried to explain to those people, stay, guys. We have a long way together. We're going to make good money in paid TV industry. But nobody listened to me. Maybe I didn't explain the right way, or they were willing to listen to me. But again, networking, human relationship management, this is a serious topic. And the only way maybe to learn about it is to read, probably books. Something which I found very interesting recently, it's when I was at university, we had psychology as a course, psychology, sociology. I didn't pay attention to that. Probably I should have paid attention to those, to the teacher when he was talking about psychology. It's a lot about psychology, sociology, because if you don't pay attention to that, you can't know what environment you are in, what you are doing business in. So I really insist to those 2 things. If you know them, you're good to go. And to finish my topic, as I said, I had so many different lives in my life, business lives. I just want to let you know that when I look at a pitch like this one, I feel like I want to join you guys. I want to either to give you a chance or to give myself a chance to be part of your dreams. I don't know which one is true, but I'm ready to look at some of the presentation which I saw today. Because some of the presentation, actually some of the products that are going to the market soon are really, really relevant to what I've just seen out there in Southern Africa and Mozambique. There are so many opportunities which I identified, and I would love to have some of you guys coming along with me to explore more opportunities there. So again, thank you very much for hosting me tonight. I know everybody's tired after the long week. You want to go home, and maybe you're going to have a chance to meet again, to talk, discuss, because I love to talk about business. It's my passion. Passion, business is all about passion. And before I leave this stage, I leave you a quote, which is not mine, actually. It's Steve Jobs. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eugene. Incredible words of inspiration, and what an incredible journey as well. So we're heading to the end of the evening, and it's going to be a celebration. We are tired, but we're still going to celebrate. The night is very, very young. As I heard a rumor, something is happening. There's a cocktail here at the garden, so don't leave before you go there. But then there's a rumor something at Lavana might be happening. So if the investors in the room trying to meet some of the fellows tonight, please be sure to also continue with them later on. So JASIRI is a program that is part of a larger family, as some of you might know. So we're part of the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy, and to here with us tonight, we have the Chief Executive Officer to take us through the closing remarks. So I'd like to invite tonight Anthony Farr, please.
Thanks, Kusa. I realize we're very close to the celebration, and these are the last words before that celebration, so I won't stand in your way for too long. Firstly, Eugene, thank you. What a masterclass of an entrepreneurial journey. And I think our JASIRI fellows would really have learned a great deal from the remarkable journey that you've been on over many, many decades. And I think we can add, JASIRI is to be brave, and now we can add to be resilient, to be stubborn. So now we're adding to the qualities that we need for our JASIRI fellows. But I just want to start by saying how proud I am of this cohort, of the Simba cohort. It's amazing what you have achieved. It continues to stagger us, even though we've seen a few of this now, that this is the quality and caliber of ventures that have emerged in 3 short months. So thank you for the effort that doesn't come without a huge commitment, and we are very, very proud of you. Thank you. Can we give them one more applause? Yeah. And then I just also wanted to thank, there are obviously many people that have been behind this process over the last few months, but I really wanted to thank the leadership of Aline. Thank you to our program lead, Isidore, he must be around here somewhere. And to the venture supporter supreme, Megs. Thank you, Megs. This is extraordinary, the work that you do. Thank you. And I think what excites us about this is that this is showing, we speak about alchemy, about changing something from nothing into something. And really what we see in this talent investor is this process of taking the abundant resource of talent that we have on this continent. We saw such extraordinary examples of it this afternoon in terms of the diversity, in terms of the different countries, the different people, but we're taking that abundant resource of talent and we're transforming it into the scarce resource of high growth enterprises. And it's those high growth enterprises that are going to determine the future of the continent. And what we saw today is an indication we can be very proud of the future that we're going to see in the years to come. We mentioned the Alan and Jill Gray philanthropies. We have this vision of a prosperous African citizenry thriving in ethical societies with dignity and hope. And definitely the Simba Cohort have moved us closer to that. And we look forward to celebrating with you tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And as you said, we will not stand in the way of your celebration, your weekend. I'd like to also really give a big shout out to the Rwanda events team who help us coordinate this amazing event. We've been together for almost 3 years and we are going stronger, so really amazing. So to close the evening, I'd just like to say, as you saw how we started, you started as cubs, Simbas, now you're living as lions, meeting other lions in the den. Right, thank you very much. My name is Kiza Patrick, I've been your host tonight. Have a lovely evening, have a great weekend. Thank you.